Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Good to be here today. This is the pre-show banter where the three of us will be talking about complete nonsense and doing a little bit of, I guess, kind of what this course is and things like that, leading up to starting at 12 Eastern time. So we'll start here in about 29 minutes. Until then, we'll be here to chat. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out in Discord. Around 12 o'clock, I'll also put the slides and the notes up here as well. So today we have Jake. Jake, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Steve's going to make me talk, Ralph.
Yeah, Jake,
no,
tell
I
us a
know.
little bit about yourself, what you do here at BHIS.
Jake,
So
what's your favorite color?
I am the trapper. I work primarily for Wild West Hack and Fest and anti-siphon training. So
Cool.
I'm your resident staff on this pre-show banter.
All right. We have staff. Oh my.
Whoa.
We're
We
like
can have staff.
legit. This is almost like a real thing.
I think it's
Almost.
a thing, right? It started off in someone's garage, right? I think this whole thing was in a garage. Every good company starts in the garage. We all know that, right?
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, my primary function. I kind of joke around. I'm kind of the jack of all trades for our team, right? So I kind of bounce around. From system to system, kind of helping out where I can. But primary focus has been the cyber range and kind of helping manage that and kind of help keep our releases on schedule and working with Roman and the Meta CTF team to keep that thing going. So
our cyber range, is that something anybody can sign up for then?
it is, yeah. We actually have from the anti-siphon website, you can sign up if you're interested in a monthly subscription. Everybody in your class will get that. Will get complimentary access as part of their course registration. So
Fantastic.
we'll be sending emails out with that access at the end of the week.
Good deal. Good deal. So yeah, if you heard that, we'll be sending out some access to the training labs that we have, anti-siphon labs. So be on the lookout for those.
Yeah, lots of fun stuff over there.
I haven't got into the cyber range. I need to play with it sometime.
Yeah, I can take care of that.
Do you
know somebody?
I know somebody. I know a guy.
Oh, wow. All right, man.
Don't let anybody know, but I know it.
All right. I'll keep it between us and everyone else watching.
Cool. Yeah, if you don't have access to the Discord, let us know in here. I think you can post in the chat. You should have an email though with a link and all that. So I do see 40 online in the Discord and 39 here. So we are pretty close.
Yep, I think was 54 is the number we're looking for.
Yep.
Your registration. So yeah, and I can help if you post it in GoToWebinar. If you're not in Discord, I can help you with that.
Okay.
And actually, I'll grab the link and post it in GoToWebinar so people have that.
Perfect. Yeah, so if you are here today, you are here for Enterprise Attack Initial Access. There is another course going on at the same time called Enterprise Attacker Emulation. A little bit different than this one, so hopefully you're here, not in the wrong course. And I'll go over some of our course offerings and how they kind of overlap with each other and kind of support each other here in a little bit as well. So kind of tell you a little bit about this course, what it's going to entail once we get started at noon, and some of the other courses that we have offered as well. And if you would like, as you can see today, I'm sporting the Rekka shirt or the hacker shirt. If you look at it backwards, how do you?
Can we invert this wise?
I don't know if we could. Can you invert your camera? Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
That's a feature.
Yeah, if you want this shirt or any of the other shirts we have, check out the Spearfish General Store. I'm gonna peddle all the stuff that we have today, right? I want John to go, man, your class sucked, but you did a great job selling other stuff, right?
I don't know the way that John kind of wears sucking, probably sucking as capital as a badge. He might tell you your class sucks because you're peddling things.
Yeah, right.
Like, Steve, stop trying to sell stuff.
I don't even think they don't even really make much money off those shirts or any real money after shipping and all the other fun stuff. So we do it for you guys, actually. So that's the proudly sucking at capitalism. So
Yep. Yeah, and I'm fairly confident there's a portion of the proceeds that go to a
yep,
open source or to support a charity as well,
yep,
right?
yep.
And we
As well.
even accept Bitcoin.
Ooh, we do?
Yeah, it says so on the page.
Man. All right, I'm gonna order a shirt now.
Yep.
Um, what is it? Speaking of supporting other open source projects, I believe that all of our training classes, including this one, a certain percentage get donated to open source projects that
Yep.
are going to be related, right?
Correct. That
Yep.
would be 10% of the proceeds go to open source project of Steve's choosing, right? So it's
Yep.
each instructor's discretion which project or which maintainer they kind of want to route
Sure,
those funds
absolutely,
to. So
absolutely. Well, if anyone's seen Steve's GitHub, I think it's going to be him.
Yeah, right. I literally fork the entire internet. So anytime if something comes up on my Twitter, it's got a GitHub link on it and it's InfoSec related, I fork it because you never know when those things are going to go away. I follow a guy named SubT, and he puts out some great research from time to time, and he'll link stuff on GitHub and then he'll just delete it. Like, well, I put it out there and then now it's gone. So
So
I
what you're
gotta
telling
catch
me,
that stuff.
Steve,
Yeah.
is you fork all of GitHub because one time one dude put something up and you
Yeah,
lost
and I
it,
missed.
and now, yeah, I get it.
I learned
I
my
get it.
lesson. I learned my lesson. Fork everything, and I have a really cool
Interesting.
thing called Git Pull, Pull. It's a like a plugin for GitHub, and anytime somebody in the parent repo updates the repo, it also updates in mine. So I keep fresh copies of everything until they delete it, and then I still have what they
And
left with.
yeah, and then you're left with the magic, right?
so Steve is the front page of GitHub.
Yeah, yeah. He's also on
He's the
Microsoft's hacker watch list of some sort. I don't know. I'm sure they probably have one of those. We're going to be doing a bit of Microsoft stuff this week, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. So that's kind of the way I think about that is market share, right? So when we're attacking organizations, enterprises, and things like that, what is the biggest market share that we're going to see, right? And the biggest footprint in market share right now is Microsoft. So everybody's kind of moving from their on-prem Azure AD to stepping up to a hybrid and stepping up to a full Azure connection. So that's kind of the path that we're going, and that's kind of the path that I wanted to lead down. But unfortunately, that kind of brings in, if you want to play with this stuff, you got to get an Azure account, right? So
Yeah.
with the class comes some caveats to subscriptions you need to sign up for. But if you're doing this offensively, professionally, that's something you're going to do anyways, or your company is going to provide for you, is access to these services to test your clients. So it's good to get to know them. And at the end of the day, you can take all of these labs with you and at your own free will, build them and play with them as you want.
Steve, looks like we have a question in GoToWebinar, but just for clarification for everyone, do you prefer questions be asked in GoToWebinar or Discord? I'm going to assume Discord, but just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that everybody's kind of.
I would say Discord. We're going to be monitoring that a little bit more. If you don't get a response in a timely manner, raise your hand in GoToWebinar, and I might see that as well. I think you can do a little raise hand dealio, can't you?
Yeah, I think you can.
Right click.
One of the other benefits of Discord for everybody is that the history will stay there for a little while, whereas in the GoToWebinar, we'd have to pull those questions out and stuff. Lastly, if someone's not looking in GoToWebinars, they might not see the question, whereas in Discord, everyone can see the question, so you might actually know the answer to the question.
Yeah.
So.
Cool.
Yeah, so short answer, yeah, Discord better.
Yeah, Discord better. I don't know if you guys caught us on the BHIS news yesterday, but yesterday Ralph had, if you're looking at Ralph right now, his right door was open. Today his
Uh-oh.
left door is open.
Yeah,
Something's going on. I don't know if he's trolling us and just wants to keep the mystery behind what's back there or
it's kind of
what.
like a peep show of doors, right? So I don't
I
want to give
keep
up.
looking, it's just cracked open, so I keep looking and expecting to see like a clown face, like looking out through the, something creepy.
Well, it's
Oh,
funny
that could
because
be
I actually
fun.
I moved this camera and to face this direction because I was recording videos for my own training class and I was using a green screen behind me as opposed to like the sideways shot which I used to have, which showed the server rack or whatever. Anyways, so now you can see more of my door, so the mystery has begun, right?
Yep.
I'm
I'm
just trying
assuming
to.
each door is just more servers linked to more
Yes,
servers.
yeah, I just put more, I just shoved them in there. I got big iron,
Yeah,
just
in the closet, no heat exfiltration, so it's just in there sweating and the
yeah,
floor
It has a
heating.
mini
and
split, right?
what's up?
Don't you have a mini split in that room?
I do have a mini split. If you look up, oh, there it
Yeah,
is. So
Gotcha.
I've
that's
seen
how
it
I
in the
keep her
past.
cool, which it's pretty much a requirement. If I didn't have that mini split in here, it would just be me sweating daily, just sitting here, just being like, yeah, Jesus. So
Oh, Ralph, yeah, well, I got you on the line. You've got a course. Let's pamp your course a bit.
oh yeah, yeah.
What do you teach, and where can people find something out about it?
Yeah, so I teach a class called Hacker Ops, and it's pretty much kind of how to get your infrastructure deployed for red teams and other kinds of operational engagements. Really, the big goal is just to speed up stuff. We're going to end up in your class talking about, kind of how to deploy some stuff. In my class, I kind of focus more about how to maybe automate that, do it once, and kind of roll with it. So I kind of talk about the fundamentals of doing that, right? But I don't get into all the details of like how to use the tool. I'm like, hey, here's this cool thing. How can I quickly get Cobalt Strike going? You're like, sweet, but I don't like go into how to run Cobalt Strike, right, or how to run the attacks. Where other classes start to focus more about how to actually operationally use it. Where I kind of get you going without sacrificing operational security. So that's what my class focuses on.
Yep, operational security important. So is the time, right? And
Yep.
I think your class really helps us be more efficient with our time in deploying infrastructure and the tools that we need for our attacks. So that's good.
Yeah. The other thing, my class is kind of a foundational class. So as opposed to like just telling you this is the way, I show you how to do it so you can modify it to do it whatever way you want to, or whatever way that would be most successful for you. So yeah. But we are going to be talking about in your class a lot more like attacks, right? So
Yep.
getting into a bit more of the weeds of the magic on the other side, right?
Yeah, and like I'll say it during the intro is like my way isn't the highway, right? This is just the things that I've learned over years of experience, and hopefully people will take at least something away, whether you're a seasoned professional or somebody wanting to get into the infosec space. You should learn something new and interesting during this course, and be able to use that to exercise your your target organizations that you're authorized to test. Just pay Ralph to build me playbooks.
just do it. Just do it for me.
As there you go, Ralph. As a service, Ralph as
As
a
a
service,
service.
or Raz. I like it.
Raz.
Raz.
Ralph as a service.
Ralph as a service. Yeah. I mean, as a service is a pretty popular idea. I actually have a tool that I've been working on over the last, I don't know, 2 years, and I finally kind of started making a public consumption tool. It's called Warhorse, and it helps you kind of do those kind of things. I'll post a link here. But I'm trying to get to that, not the pay me as a service, but maybe like get going faster without necessarily having to know all the deep weeds, right? So,
Sure.
and it is open source, free. So, proudly sucking at my own service I haven't actually sold.
Hey Jake, I noticed your motorcycle pictures up there. Is that any of those yours? Are you a rider?
So you can see the photo.
Yep.
Mine is the one with the flames on the front, kind of
Oh,
center.
I
If you
see
can
that.
see that.
Kind of centered, the black one.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Is that
Yeah, with
a
the,
Electroglide or what is
it
that?
is an electric glide. You know your Harleys.
A little bit, yeah. Had a few neighbors. Me specifically, I rode, crotch rockets and
Okay.
fast kind of bikes, but I
That's
had a
fine.
lot of friends, and I actually worked at a bike shop. We did a lot of work
Oh,
on
nice.
Harleys and stuff. So yeah, love them. Haven't had one in a while. I've got a few bionic parts now that kind of keep me from riding, with my
Okay.
back and stuff. So unfortunately, I don't ride like I used to. It's a good liberating experience, though. It's nice to just get out of the house and haul ass
So
sometimes, right?
another trait you guys might not know. So Steve used to ride motorcycles, but he was also in a rap video, right?
What?
So
Hmm.
yes, that is a fact.
Oh,
Steve was in a
Rapper
rap video. He
extraordinaire.
Yeah, he was in the background. I confirm that this is real. It is also a super fun OSINT here to go find him in the rap video. So
Yeah, you gotta go find my rap video. I can tell you it was by Young Jock,
Young
young
Jock, yeah,
rapper Young Jock. It was down in the
yeah.
Atlanta area. It was good times.
So that's your
My,
OSINT
my
challenge.
yeah,
You gotta
go
find
find it.
find it is a music video, okay?
Hmm.
But Steve
No,
was
no,
in.
no link. You just gotta go browse Young Jock videos all day.
Yeah, Young Jock. You gotta listen to all the Young Jock songs. I cannot say that this is going to be an amazing experience, especially if
yeah.
you may or may not be into rap, but I can't imagine that Young Jock has too many music videos, right? That was a little extra. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, he's out there. I will give one clue for anyone who does decide to take this obscure OSINT challenge. There's motorcycles. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, that was from my days working at the bike shop, and they basically called up and said, "Hey, we're doing this rap video. You got some, motorcycles you can bring up here?" And yeah, and then I was like, "Can I be in the video?"
I
All
was gonna
right,
say,
a rap
how
video,
does
yeah.
how does one get into a rap video like that? But okay, that
You
makes
You
just
sense
got to
now.
have
ask.
leverage. You got to come with a motorcycle. You got to bring something to the
You got
party
to bring
other than a
something to the
guy
table,
who
right?
can't
Okay.
dance, can't sing.
Yeah,
Oh, he brought motorcycles.
I've never had any fun stuff like that. My motorcycle experience is always riding, right? I'm out
Hmm.
away from people, not in music videos.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I remember spending like literally an hour finding Steve in a rap video. So definitely a
It's
fun.
been the source of many trolls, many trolls. All right, we're coming up to about 10 minutes or so before we get started. If you're just showing up, this is the pre-show banter. This is Jake, Ralph, and myself just talking about the life and things that interest us. And we'll get started here in about 10 minutes or so and get to the good content, get everybody learned up on some initial access, right?
Hopefully everyone's gone through your getting started guide.
Yep, if you haven't, check out and you want to follow along with the labs, you can do these labs at your own pace at your own time. But if you want to follow along, be sure to go into the pinned notes in the enterprise or in the resources channel, pull down um, the link to the setup guide. And again, shortly I'll be posting the slides and everything up here as well.
Wow, that was quick. Somebody found it already.
Yeah, I will admit I don't think that's it.
That's not it.
Okay, that's not it.
That's
That
young
that's definitely
Jack.
not it. Yeah, it's Young Jack, which
Okay.
I'm sure is amazing video.
Mm.
So I know both of you guys are into crypto, and we're
What?
talking
Yeah.
about rap videos, right? So just gonna ask, did you watch any other rap videos from the dynamic duo that got arrested recently?
Oh, the Crocodile of Wall Street and
Oh
the
yeah, her
Yes.
rap videos are just
Oh,
ridiculously good. That's the word I'm gonna use.
the Versace Bedouin. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar, Ralph and I also co-host a podcast called CoinSec Podcast, where we tried to bridge the InfoSec world and the cryptocurrency, blockchain, buzzword type world, right? So we want to, the two kind of intertwine here and there, especially with a lot of the hacks going on and stuff like that. And you'll probably see on my sign up here, there it is, coinsecpodcast.com. Come by, join us, check it out there. But we do talk about all things cryptocurrency, including, I think 2 episodes ago, we talked about this couple that got arrested for basically trying to launder billions of dollars in Bitcoin. And that's what that reference was to. And the person, one of the people laundering the money was this female, and she was big into rapping apparently, and she called herself the Crocodile of Wall Street, and has a couple insane. Yeah, there's the rap video. Ralph posted it.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe not safe for work. So if you're in a work environment, don't blast that, because there are.
Yeah, I don't know what it's safe for, but it's a good time. That's all I gotta say.
And now BUS 7D, I don't know how you say it, Bus 7D, also said that the now is a rapper with jail time, right? So
yeah, no, that actually makes you more legit. It makes you more legit if you do a little prison time. You know what I mean?
Now she has street cred.
Now she's got cred. All she has to do is get shot 9 times, and she literally will be triple platinum, right? Like, you can't stop that. I mean, she has to live after the 9-time shooting, but
rest in peace, Tupac.
Yeah. So, I mean, 50 Cent did it. I mean, so
sure.
It is a gateway to,
it is doable.
It's doable. It's not recommended. It's just doable. I'm just saying you can do it. All right. I just don't recommend that path to success. Right.
Sure.
Everyone's got a path. Hers was stealing $6 billion in crypto or whatever it was.
All right, we have 38 attendees so far. How many people we got in the old Discord?
Oh, I'm ready to hack today. I'm gonna be following along. This will be all my first time, so this will be great.
All right. Well, you can learn how to do your job then, finally.
Yeah. No, this is actually how I'm gonna start really doing tests now at BHIS. So.
Thanks to Ralph, I'm going to be spending time looking for Steve in a rap video.
You're all welcome.
Again, it's not hard. I mean, it's kind of hard to see me in the video. You have to find a high def version, which is really hard.
Really hard. That's actually the OSINT challenge, is finding the high def version so that you can make out his face.
Yeah, because this was like mid 2000s. There was no 4K.
HD wasn't like a thing. It wasn't big. All right, HD wasn't big at that time. Okay, so but it is what it is.
Yeah, and during the course, if you have questions, again, post them in Discord. If you see some of the tools, techniques, and things that I'm using, and you have suggestions, say, hey, this is how I do it. Again, my way is not the highway. There are many ways to do this type of stuff. So the more TTPs, the more tools in the belt that we have, the better. If you've got tool suggestions, throw them in there. I'll take a look at them. Like Jake said, we do donate to open source tool projects out there. So I haven't picked one yet for my course, so it might be something relevant to this course. If you have some in mind, throw them in there. I'll check them out. We do want to give open source tool developers some love because they are sharing with the community, right?
Yep. I don't think we talked about it, Steve, but another good thing to go over is just the kind of class format. So are you going to handle your breaks kind of 10 to the hour, top of the hour?
We'll talk about that a little bit in the intro as well, but yeah, we'll be taking breaks every hour or so. And if you got to get up and go to the restroom or whatever, do it. Again, this is all recorded. You do get a copy of the recordings afterwards, and I'm going to try to go slow enough so everybody can kind of keep up and do things. I know some people just joined, so they're probably getting set up with your VMs and stuff like that. So we have time for all that for sure.
Awesome. And you mentioned recordings, so I'll bring that up. Recordings are usually posted. Jason the Hawk he's really been on it, kind of beast mode lately. So those are posted usually within a few hours of the end of class when they're done processing. But the latest that we get them uploaded is the next morning around 9 a.m. Eastern. So if you miss a day, it's pretty easy to, or you miss a section, it's pretty easy to get that recording and go back
up. Good deal. All righty.
That user is busted, is the way that you pronounce it, by the way.
Busted. Got it. Ah, the 7 is so leet. I didn't even catch it. That leet speak.
Oh,
You forgot a 3 in there. You should have put a 3 in there for, busted.
hey, this is his handle. He can do whatever he wants,
I guess the 7 is a T there, so it kind of does make sense. Yeah. There's the roadmap of the week. So we will show that here momentarily. I'll post the slides here in a minute. In there is kind of the roadmap, and I have it broken out into days, but I kind of envision them more as modules. So we'll try to get through, day 1, module 1 today. It should be pretty easy. It's kind of a light day. We want to make sure everybody gets set up and all that kind of stuff. So today's kind of a light day. Then we'll get really into the meat of the stuff tomorrow. Once everybody's set up, we do set up some infrastructure, C2, all that kind of stuff. So it'll be fun. Let me see. Let me go ahead and get these slides posted up here.
I'm just going on the checklist because I feel like I forget everything when they put me on these things.
Yeah,
Looks
right.
like we've covered everything, so I think I'm good.
Where's the illustrious John Strand? Why didn't he show up and grace us with his presence, right? He could have gave us some direction, told us what we're doing here. We're all new. I don't know what we're doing. We're teaching
with
some
this
stuff.
is first time. He's so busy. I think he's
He is busy.
saving the world somewhere, right? Like,
Oh, he's actually teaching this week as well. I think a
Yeah.
lot of
Oh,
people
you're
are
right.
teaching this week.
yeah.
Yeah, I think his class is running, what is it, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern. So he's doing
Ooh.
kind of an offset time for to hit the other side of the world.
He's
Yeah,
teaching
and
Go
we
ahead.
do that from time to time, training hours to, give Europeans and people on the other side of the globe, a chance to actually take some of this training. I know some of you here today are in wicked early time zones and stuff out there. So I appreciate you being here. I really appreciate the fact that if you're here and it's, super early in the morning, that you hopefully want to learn from me and not just watch it in a video. So hopefully I'll bring some fun banter and stuff during the class. But at the end of the day, you can watch the recordings, do them at your own time, all that good stuff. I am uploading the notes as we speak, the slides. Okay, so the slides, if you are in the GoToWebinar, are now uploaded. I have another file I'm going to try to upload if it's not too large. Maybe it won't let me. Unsupported file type. Okay. See if Discord will let me. Slides are up in Discord. We got 1 minute to start, so right on time.
One last opportunity for someone to pop in with that video.
You named a PDF I'm in. Yep, coax. That's easy as that. So, all right, the slides are up on GoToWebinar. Actually, it's 12 o'clock. Let's get started.
Yep, you're on. All right, I will drop out. Have a great class.
All right, thank you very much. Let me get my slides up here and we'll get started. All right, so everybody's off video but me. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and start this. All right, sharing my screen so everybody can see. Make sure I get the right screen shared here, screen 2. All right, we should be good to go now. Let's
You're
get
good.
started. All right, thank you. I do have Discord up on another screen here, so if you have questions again, and we have Ralph here to help out and Jake. So welcome. Thank you everybody for coming and joining the Enterprise Attack Initial Access course, which is what I'll be teaching here today through the next 4 days. If you are here for that, you are in the right place. If you're here for another course, well, check with somebody. So we'll go over the course introduction and talk a little bit about myself, what the course entails. I did put the slides up so you can go check that out. There's also a Notion up there that I'll talk about here in a second. I do want to talk a little bit about myself. This is my me time. So I want you to get to know me. If you have any questions, I hopefully everybody feels comfortable with me and my style of teaching, right? I like to stand here and kind of be a little interactive. Myself, I am a U.S. Army infantry veteran. I point out infantry because to me that was important. I actually started off my career in information systems. So this was back in like 1998, 1999. I got my first job in information systems, working with AS400s, Windows servers, doing admin stuff, help desk, things like that. There was kind of like a tech bubble that popped back around the 2000s, so I decided to switch and join the military. And I wanted to get away from computers and just kind of do something different, so I joined the infantry and kind of got to learn more, obviously, about physical security and things. So after that, I went into private contracting. I did some actual personal security. I was a bodyguard in Afghanistan for several years. And then I decided to get my degree in information security and kind of take my hobby, the things that I liked from the past, and kind of turn it into my work. Because they say if you do your hobby as work, you don't work a day in your life, and that's kind of how I feel, right? I'm here today. I get to teach some amazing students, some amazing content, and hopefully everybody comes out of this class with a little bit more knowledge than they had before and can put it to good use. I have instructed, this isn't my first course that I've instructed. This is my first course for anti-siphon that I've done, but I've been teaching and hacking professionally since 2014. Before that, my story is kind of funny. I kind of got into security back in high school. Somebody handed me a floppy disk, right, with some password hashes on it. Said, hey, see what you can do with this. And I learned how to crack password hashes back in high school, and kind of the rest is history. It kind of stuck with me from then. Just interesting to see, ooh, I can, crack this password, and I can see somebody else's password, and it's just interesting. So that's kind of what got me into it. Since then, I've taught at Black Hat. I've taught penetration testing courses, red team courses, taught private for Fortune 500 companies, federal law enforcement. That's been kind of one of my kind of highlights of my career, is that I've gotten to teach federal law enforcement, not only show them how I hack, but teach them how to detect and find the hackers and things like that. So that's been cool. I have also presented at BHIS Las Vegas, BHIS Nova, Hack Miami several times. I love that conference. If it ever comes back up and it's in a place where you can get to it, I would check it out. It's very kind of undergroundy. There's a cool CTF that goes on there. Rod Soto puts on a great show at Hack Miami. So check that one out. So if you have any questions, feel free to hit us up in chat during the course. So I wanted to kind of start off a little bit by giving a quick introduction about what I think is the goal for this course, kind of like why we're here, right? So our threat actors out there, they have some sort of a goal in mind, right? Most people aren't just out blindly hacking, getting into something and then doing nothing, right? If they're doing nothing, they're sitting on the access and trying to sell it later, which we can talk about it in a bit. So it's typically access to data, right? They either want to steal the data, they want to encrypt the data, they want to disrupt the data, they want to see the data, whatever. It's typically, and that data could be, domain admin password. That data could be something in an SQL database. It could be just access to the cloud. So it's kind of a broad stroke that I'm painting this picture with as far as initial access. So some of those goals, again, like I said, ransomware, that's the biggest one today. And I want this course to kind of bring out my methods of doing some of this initial access, right? I don't want you to think that what I do is the only way to do things or the best way to do things. It is just some of the tricks and tips that I've learned and done over the years, and hopefully they apply to your situation as well. So what do I mean by initial access? I mean crossing untrusted to trusted domains. So whether that be a firewall boundary, a cloud to on-prem boundary, a application to service boundary, it's where you don't want somebody or something coming from into something that you own and protect, right? And that could be, like I said, getting access to data. That could be executing commands or code on systems. And really, it's more than just, I think a lot of people think of initial access and they're like, ooh, it's C2, I'm on a system. Yes, that's part of it, but initial access to an enterprise can mean so much more than that, right? That could be just getting usernames. It could be getting passwords, phishing, it all encompasses initial access. It's how do we get that first foothold to the data or get into that trusted domain, right? How do we break that trust boundary? And again, that perimeter, it extends beyond our traditional network boundaries. We think of the perimeter as the firewall. I've got a web server in the DMZ. Yes, that's part of it. And we will talk about that a little bit in this course. If we have time at the end, we'll put together a lab and kind of talk about some of the perimeter stuff. But I focus mostly on phishing, password spraying, how to get your payloads and things like that into the network and get people to click them and run them and the things that happen then. So what this class is not a malware development course. We have other classes for that, and I'll actually pull those up here in a moment. This is not an EDR evasion course, though we do create some malware. We do customize some malware. We do actually install an EDR. We use Elastic EDR, which is a fantastic resource for offensive and defensive practitioners to utilize. And what's great is the EDR actually has a 14-day free trial that you can just go sign up for. Hopefully my trial is still going for this class, otherwise I'm going to have to sign up for another one live. But it's a great resource. You can see parent to child processes, how they work. So we're going to dive into some of that during the course and kind of get a view of what happens after an EDR either picks up our payload or doesn't, kind of how we go from there. So this isn't an advanced red team courses. I've taught red team courses before, and when I think of a red team course, I think, all right, I'm going to sit down. There's this entire Active Directory lab that I'm going to attack. I'm going to get access. I'm going to then move laterally and all that stuff. We're not talking about all of that today. I built this course to be a module of a larger suite of courses. So we're going to talk about initial access. Maybe we talk about in the next course what to do after you've gotten that access. And I like to think of post-exploitation. A lot of people just focus on Active Directory, but to me, when I get into an environment, I'm looking for places that might not be monitored. So those could be Linux hosts, those could be devices, things like that in the network where I can go live and not be detected. And that kind of plays into, this isn't a post-exploitation course. So we're talking about the things to do to get us access to that data and services and systems and things like that. Almost forgot to start my countdown timer here, so I can keep on track. All right, what will we learn in this course? The most importantly, right, is how to build your own testing environment. I get this a lot of times, and we talked pre-show a little bit about Ralph having a course on DevOps and how to stand up infrastructure and things like that. But having your own test environment, and it doesn't have to be fancy. It can just be something as simple as what we're talking about in here, which is a Windows VM and a Linux VM. You can test how your payloads get to each other. You can test with EDR, like we said, with Elastic EDR. You can do your own testing. You can test against Defender. We actually disabled Defender in the class and turn off sample submission, because we don't want our payloads, when you're testing, you don't want them to get detected on right away and submitted to the cloud. Then all of your future payloads might be burned. So we do that testing, and then we tested it. We do our payload generation, and then we're going to deliver it like we would in a real environment, and deliver it to the EDR, see what happens. We're going to perform some recon. I have some reconnaissance, a reconnaissance lab in here. I love recon. It is actually one of my favorite parts to do, but it's not really what I would call sexy, right? It's not the part that gets you the initial access, but it is extremely important in building your pretext for your attack, right? And kind of how that all looks out. So we take that recon, you kind of do your OODA loop, you know, observe, orient, detect, and or determine, and then do what you're going to do. So, you know, we think about, all right, I found something on Instagram. It's a picture of somebody with an ID badge. Well, what can we do from that, right? And then you start building your attack plan based on the various things that you see. And I'll kind of teach you what to look for. Some specific things that when you're doing your recon that you can put together that you might not normally think of. Some are pretty evil, especially when it comes down to phishing and getting people to build trust, because that's what phishing is all about. So sometimes you got to break that trust. How to set up infrastructure for multiple C2 channels. So we do this with Azure in this case for our redirectors. We're using Azure in this case because, well, it's easy to use. They do have a free trial that you may be eligible for. Even if you're not eligible for the free trial, what we're doing here is a couple dollars maybe. It's rather cheap, especially if you delete it right after the classes and just set it up as you go. So it's really an economical way of setting up your own testing environment. We'll talk about some of the caveats to using Azure services and things to be cognizant of while you're doing that here coming up. So with the multiple C2 channels, we'll do multiple redirections. We'll actually use remote access Trojan in the class. We will build and deliver C2 payloads, so a couple custom C2 payloads, and we'll use some off-the-shelf stuff that we find on GitHub. And that's one thing that I like to really preach on is I see a lot of InfoSec people that don't follow Twitter because it's social media and it's, you know, well, it's poison, and you see a lot of misdirection and just a lot of crap on Twitter, right? But if you have the right keywords and filters and things like that, you can build a really good like TweetDeck list of InfoSec terms to key off of. And like I said in the pre-show banter, when I see an offensive tool, especially open source or something, come across GitHub on my Twitter feed, I instantly go fork it because, well, one, I auto update that with the pull plugin from GitHub, but it allows me to stay up to date on the latest tactics, the latest. I use my GitHub almost like an RSS feed, right? I go to it and I see what's been updated recently across the board, and I get, oh, this C2 generator or this payload generation framework just got an update today. Let me go test that out against Elastic EDR. So this is the kinds of things that I like to convey. Various methods of password spraying. So I'll actually take you into password spraying Microsoft 365 and some really interesting ways to fool with the logs and potentially fool with and defeat SIM alerts or SIEM alerts. So we'll go into that. Elastic EDR, how to install it, how to use it, abusing Microsoft 365. I actually changed this in the Notion to using Microsoft 365 because I don't think we're abusing any functionality. We're just using some of the functionality that's there. And then at the end, time permitting, we'll do some perimeter overview and kind of discuss. And I would want that to be kind of an interactive thing in the Discord on what we're seeing in the environments out there and kind of how we're using things on the perimeter to gain access. All right, so the course is hosted in notion.so via super.so. So if you go to that link right there, enterprise attack futuresec.io, password is the future is now. We'll get you access, and actually I will bring that up really quickly. So this will be kind of like your front page. In Discord, I uploaded a zip file, and it is the export of this Notion note. So you can actually take this with you. You can take it from VM to VM, from computer to computer. I've already exported it for you. It is in the Discord channel for resources. So what's great about this is you'll have this for life, basically. As an export, you can, even on the exported version, you can click on the links, go into the introductions. I put the section PDFs in each one. The full PDF is available for download in here as well. Setup guide. The webcast, if you missed my payload delivery webcast, that's actually here as well. And then each section, like I said, I broke these out into days, but I want to think of them more as modules because they might get a little bit flexible. We may kind of cross from one to another during the training, but for the most part, we'll be going down the line here. And then if you click on one, you can actually go into the lab. And we have the lab broken out with all the screenshots, all the commands, and all that good stuff, so you can follow along or do it on your own time. So Notion is great. I use super.so. Ralph got me on that, so I can like password protect. So if you're a Notion user, check out super.so. Just a random plug out there. It's a pretty cool tool to have on deck if you want to host things like this for your team. Let me go ahead and get back into the slideshow. So we have the Notion there. Excuse me while I get some water. And then Discord. So this is kind of like your, most of you are in there already. I see 41 people present in the Discord and 45 present in the attendees. I think there are 5 or 4 staff here. So it looks like we're pretty well on point. Glad everybody's in the right location. Again, if you have questions, throw them up in here. Ralph will help out with questions as well as I. He's going through the course too. So got asked about tempo. What is the tempo? So it is in the Notion. I broke that out into the day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. We may get into password spraying today, depending on kind of how fast this goes. Again, we have breaks. I do want to say that we only have 16 hours of training time. It is not that long. Somebody says the future is now. Seems to not work. Well, I can fix that. Is that not working for anybody else? Give somebody a second. If somebody wants to chime in, if you can get into the enterprise attack. Yeah, just refresh your browser. Nice F5 there. If you're already in the setup guide, you probably just have to refresh. Okay, great. So hourly breaks, 10 minutes. I think the second break we'll do at, we'll start at 1, so 12:50 for this first break. We'll do 1:50 for the second break. And the second break, well, I'll give you about 20 minutes so that you have time if you're eating lunch. I know this is midday, so hang on with me for about an hour if you want to eat. Of course, you're at your desk, you can eat at your own time. The labs on time if needed. You know, obviously we want to do some interaction here, and I like to answer questions and things like that. At the end of the day, we only have 16 hours of training time, so I can't troubleshoot as we go. So hopefully everything, knock on wood, demo gods prevail and nothing goes wrong, or at least as little as possible goes wrong. Everybody's on track and there are no issues. So just keep in mind we have a time limit we have to abide by. Yeah, works for me, but the tricky because the input isn't visible. Yeah, copy and paste this for some reason with super.so. Since I got that background, the color it is, the text doesn't show up for some reason. So we'll go up, talk a little bit here about the labs. Again, this isn't an advanced red team course, so I didn't need to build a full suite of Active Directory labs, right, to attack. If you want to do something like that, you know, more attacker emulation. Actually, we'll talk about that now since I was talking about what the course is like. Wanted to just tell you a little bit about our course catalog and where this fits in. So this course, Initial Access, I'm going to talk about spraying and phishing and kind of some of the ways that we use to just get initial foothold to that data or services that we're after. We do have Joff Thayer. He has Enterprise Attacker Emulation and C2 Dev. So if you're on the anti-siphon course catalog, that would be somewhere here. I'm probably in the E's where it was. Yeah, right next to mine. So enterprise attacker emulation and C2 implant development. So that goes a little bit more into, you know, building your C2 and payloads and things like that than I do go into here. Again, we'll do some of it. You will learn how to compile and modify some code and also build some stuff from kind of off-the-shelf products as well. We also have, similar to mine, Michael Allen, Red Team Getting Access. So his course is actually before mine, but we have different, Michael and I have operated on red teams together, and we have different, not really opinions, but different tactics, techniques, and procedures that we bring to the table. And being that initial access is one of the most important things in performing in a red team or a penetration test, right? How do we actually get in? I think it brings value that we have two courses. So if you want to check out Red Team Getting Access with Michael Allen, he does some really cool stuff in here as well. We also have Ralph May, who we had on earlier and is hanging out here with us today. He has Hacker Ops. So right here, Hacker Ops with Ralph May. Great thing about this, so in this course, we're going to build some C2 and all that, redirection. Ralph goes into how to automate all that and kind of make it easy to stand up. So that's definitely a good course to check out. Kyle Avery is another good one. Windows post exploitation, so that takes kind of the initial access to the next level, right? What do we do once we're in a Windows environment? So you can see here we kind of have a good suite of courses already that if you want to kind of build up through the attack chain, you can do so. Another good one here offensively is Mike Felch, Offensive Tradecraft, Introduction to Penetration Testing. So again, more tactics and techniques to use. I like to say more tools in the tool belt, right? I like to picture Batman with his utility belt. He's got something for everything, no matter what situation he's in, right? He's like the superhero MacGyver. And that's kind of what you need, right, in this you know, kind of industry that we're in, offensive tactics. Things change, the landscape changes daily. Microsoft is fixing things in the cloud, they're fixing things in Windows. Besides patching, you know, we have people are getting better at configurations, people are getting better at phishing, spotting phishing emails. We have more training in that environment or in that arena. So there's more user awareness. So it's kind of important that we have more tools, more tactics, and things that we can use dependent upon the situation that we're in. So these labs, again, they're not the typical what you would sit down paying thousands of dollars for a course and have a full week of, you know, sitting and playing in labs. So don't have time for that. This is a much more condensed course. I try to cover as many topics that I can, but again, limited with time. So we'll cover some stuff that I think is important and why it is important. Again, the setup guide is there if you need it. The lab components, so your PC or Mac, your Windows VM, your Kali VM. I had some people ask me, can I use Windows subsystem for Linux? You can. Your experience may vary, excuse me, right? Because I've written this to use with Kali. And the reason I do that is because when I operate, whenever I'm on an assessment, I have 2 VMs running as my operators workstations. I have a Windows VM and I have a Kali VM. And some people may ask, why do you have a Windows VM on an offensive operation? Because there are a lot of offensive tools written in Windows, especially post-exploitation tools that you can proxy into an environment once you've gained access. And I also use PowerShell a lot. For recon, we'll do some PowerShell recon in this course, kind of learn a tool called AAD internals, which is a great tool for enumerating everything Microsoft 365, which is kind of why we have to have some of the Azure subscription, the Microsoft 365 subscription. I could stand up my own, and even in this course, if you don't have a subscription, you weren't able to get a subscription, you can spray my account. I really don't care. You can try to fish me, send your fishes to me and stuff like that throughout the course. Probably won't respond because I don't have time to do all that. But you can see that they get in things like that if you want to. The CloudFront subscription, so that's a nice to have, not really required for this course. I'm going to show you some things that you can do with CloudFront for payload delivery, mixing that with Cloudflare as well to hide your subscription. CloudFront will literally ban your account if it's reported for phishing or anything like that. And that's not just a soft ban, that's that email address or whatever you use to register with is burned for life. So beware of that. And in the payload delivery, we'll talk a little bit more about Microsoft 365 and their kind of protections against it. We do have to be aware of the ban hammer. Like any other service, if you are caught hosting malware or reported as phishing, it'll be could be resulted in a subscription ban. The way Microsoft does it, they don't ban they ban the subscription. So if you sign up with one email address, you create a subscription for a company like FutureSec.io. FutureSec.io gets banned. It'll ban that subscription, not my overall account, right? So then I can start up another subscription. So keep that in mind. And we do use Microsoft 365 and Azure because that's the market share, and also because as a red teamer and a penetration tester, I need trusted infrastructure in order to get into my environments, right? If I just go buy a domain today and it's totally not malware.com, it's a fresh domain, it's probably categorized as nothing. It has the term malware in it. There's a lot of indicators right there from using stuff. So APT groups and nation states, they can buy and curate thousands of domains at a time. They've got the staff, personnel, the funding and things like that to do so, to where you can just burn through campaigns. But if you're like I am and you are a penetration tester and you got turnover and you're doing one client after another, maybe you don't have time for that. Maybe you have somebody on staff who's curating domains for you. So this way, we can use a third-party service to test our clients and kind of do that simulated, hey, we've got trustworthy C2 and redirectors and stuff like that. Normally, where we would maybe buy some subscription or some domains and use that, or use compromised, a thing that APT groups and people who don't abide by the law have is they could hack, let's just say they hack company A, which is totally unrelated to company B, but they host their infrastructure. I've totally seen that happen, and they have the ability to do that, to use somebody else's infrastructure as their infrastructure. So we don't have that luxury here. We've got to use some known good, right? So that's why we use Microsoft, AWS, Google, things like that as our part of our C2 and stuff. All right, so those are the lab components. Also in the lab, we do have EDR. Again, it is Elastic EDR. There is a 14-day free trial. I believe it's no credit card required, so it's just use an email, sign up, and you're good to go. We will create payloads so before installing the EDR. So you go set up your account if you haven't done that already, but don't go installing an agent onto your Windows VM yet. And that's part of the reason why we use VMs and not your host, because we're going to do all this stuff installing EDR, and we don't want you to do that on your host PC or your work PC. So please use a VM. To make things easier, use the VMs that I suggested and linked in the Notions install. So I think we've got time here to do maybe our first lab or two, and these are super easy labs just to get us going here. If I can get out of here correctly. And I'll pull up the labs. So day one, click on the labs. We can go click on your first lab. And our first lab is to actually just log in. And I want to give people a few minutes here to do this. Log into the accounts you created with Azure AD and Microsoft 365. Just make sure they work. Make sure you're logged in, because the first time you log in, you're going to have to update your password and change it. If you want to change it to something, I mean, make it strong. You don't want somebody, hacking your account while we're on class here, obviously. But make one password sprayable. At least, well, you're going to know the password anyway. So we'll be password spraying our own tenant in the future during this course. So that kind of leaves it up to us. We know the password, we can spray it, and we can do the lab and all that stuff. So instead of having you all hit my infrastructure and I get all of your IP addresses or whatever you're using, right? We use our own infrastructure. So it's kind of what we're doing there. And I do say go browse to the personal cloud storage, Microsoft OneDrive. So let me copy that link or just click on it. That should open a new window. And I don't want to be too confusing. In my lab, in the course, I have futuresec.io as the company or the entity name. Hopefully you created something, or you had to create something your own, create your own domain name, right? It's going to be whatever your domain is, .onmicrosoft.com. So in the instructions, I'm using futuresec, but in this case, I'm going to use one that I created following the guide. And so this is a fresh one. And if you password spray me, I will see your IP and I will permaban you from the class. No, just kidding. I might hack you back though. So we'll be doing testing against Vandalay Industries, or I will. Anyways, this is my tenant. So go ahead and log into your accounts and log in using the OneDrive link that is in the Notion there. And we're doing that for a specific reason. If you are an enterprise user, right, this is enterprise attack, and your company gives you your Microsoft login, you log in. One of the first things that happens is OneDrive connects and your OneDrive is created, right? So we want to mimic that setup because it is important for recon that this step is done, and we'll talk about that. So I'm going to go ahead and sign in here. And to do so, I need a password. Hopefully this is the right one. So I'm going to log in as George Vandalay Industries. Anybody get the reference? Vandalay Industries? Anybody out there? Little inside joke, maybe not really inside joke. It's from a sitcom. You might have heard of it. Seinfeld. The funny skit where George pretends like he has a job and somebody calls on the phone. He's like, just say it's Vandalay Industries. It's his fake company name. So I came up with Vandalay Industries here, and oddly enough, not llc.com. It's going to be .onmicrosoft.com because we created a business account, and that's what it gives you at first. Now, you can link your business account to an actual domain. Yep, Ryan. Yep, absolutely. Seinfeld, it was. You can link in Azure to a domain that you own. Just note that if you do something hanky or you fish a real entity and it's tied to your domain you bought with Namecheap or whatever, and you linked it to your Azure, then it's possible that that could get burned. So we just want to think about our offensive footprint as well and the things that tie together. And we talk about defense in depth a lot, but offensive in depth is just as important. So knowing your infrastructure, having things in different locations, we will talk about that as well. So I'm going to log in as George. If I have the password correct here, I do. I do not want to stay signed in. So I'm just going to log in with both of these accounts, my George Costanza. And you can see I have not done this before. So this is going to say, give us a moment to set things up. Your OneDrive is ready. We can click on that. And now we are signed in to our OneDrive. And if you need the link to OneDrive, it is in the lab. OneDrive Connect with admin or Katie. I have a question in chat. Busted says OneDrive Connect with admin or Katie. You can do both, or you can do just Katie or whoever your second account is, your Microsoft account is. In this case, I'll just do the Microsoft account, right? I'll just do George. And you can see the differences when we go to spray accounts and enumerate accounts, why that matters. So we'll just do the one here. If you want, just do your the user that you created with Microsoft or Azure AD and Microsoft 365. I say Microsoft 365, I'm referring to basically the suite of tools, Office 365. They basically just put everything under one label. So. Okay, so we are connected there. I can now sign out as George Costanza. You do want to test your admin user though, just to make sure it's working. And to do so, I suggest going to portal.office.com. Admin user test to portal.office.com. There we go. So don't log in with your George or your Katie or whoever you made for your second account. We're going to do this one as the admin account. So I have admin at Vandelay Industries LLC.onmicrosoft.com. Okay. All right. So I signed in with my admin account. And you should see so on the left-hand side, if you log into portal.office.com, you should see, well, you should see an admin if you hit all. This is where you can administer, and we will be coming into this later. So it's good to just get familiar with your administrator user. If you want to put this in a private browser and leave it going, you can, just to have your, your Microsoft users handy. And what's interesting is you can manage users from 2 locations. Since this is Azure AD though, your passwords and stuff like that will be done on Azure AD. So pretty easy first lab to get us going. Oh, one thing, yeah, so my VM down here says 8:15 p.m. I am East Coast time. It is obviously not the correct, so adjust date and time. If you have that in your VM, adjust to your local time or Eastern Standard Time if you want to be. I don't know why this is telling me it's 8:15 p.m. Let's set time zone automatically. And sync. There we go. Dates on, and that is important. Well, it's important for offensive operations, period, to have your time synced across all of your infrastructure, right? Especially for logs and things like that, just knowing what happened when. All right. So once you get all signed into your accounts, we can move on to lab 2. So lab 2. So we've signed in. Lab 2 is defender exclusions. So, we are installing an EDR solution in a following lab. So I do advise not to test your custom payloads right away with Microsoft sample submission enabled or cloud protections enabled. We can do that after the fact. I've noticed, and actually I tested it out compiling payloads on here with with the defender exclusions on and EDR on with EDR exclusions, and it still picked up payload generation. So it's best either to do payload generation on a clean VM with all your protections disabled and then test it on another VM. Oh, Microsoft Defender did not find any threats. Not yet, anyways. So let's go ahead and go to Defender exclusions. So I think I missed a step here. So what you want to do is open up Defender, double click there. On the left-hand side, we're going to click virus and threat protections. I can actually, let's see if I can. Yep, so we'll go to manage settings under virus and threat protection settings. Actually, I'm not gonna update this as we go. I'm just gonna make a note. Add. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on manage settings. So the first thing we're gonna do down here is we're gonna turn off automatic sample submission. This just means if there's a potential threat, a pup or whatever, a potentially unknown program, it would send off metadata about that program to Microsoft. And if we're compiling payloads on the fly, it's going to know before we even send it to our client. Cloud delivered protection. So this is that up-to-date, real-time threat protection. If your virus sample gets submitted with this, you're burning other people in the class, maybe, I don't know. I just turn this off. And real-time protection, you can turn this off, but it will turn itself back on. And we're not going to go into the hows and the whys and all that of why it turns itself back on. If you did the setup during the class, you should have a folder here called class on the desktop. So make sure you have that if you have not yet. We're going to add that to our exclusions folder. So if you go back a level, go to your managed settings for virus and threat protections. You can come down here under tamper protection, go down to exclusions. Accept the UAC, and then we're going to add an exclusion. So our first folder we're going to add is our desktop class folder. And that's where we're going to put some of our tools and our files and things that we may need throughout the class. And let me check real quick. Let's also add the downloads folder. So when we create some payloads on our Kali VM, we are also going to want to copy those to our Windows VM. So to do that, we're just going to use Python simple HTTP server and then just copy it over or download it from the web. And we'll show some things about that with Mark of the Web and whatnot. But we're going to allow list our downloads folder for now. And I think that should do it. So 2 exclusions, we've turned off the rest of the stuff. Tampered protection, we're not doing any ransomware, so it's not really going to affect this. I'm going to leave that up just so I can show you that in about 30 minutes or so, this will probably be back on, but to no avail, to no problem to us. All right, so we've got that. It is 12:46, almost time for our first break, which is fine because we're going to roll into infrastructure after that and actually set up. We're going to talk about infrastructure and then we're going to set up our first bit of infrastructure. So let me go ahead and get my slide deck. If you have any questions or if you have any issues with this initial lab and getting set up, get your Defender exclusions, let us know. Take this time to set up your accounts, make sure that you got signed in and you are good to go. I'm gonna wait, we're 12:47, we're gonna go ahead and kick off the break here at 12:50. 12:50, come back at 1. And then from there, we'll jump into infrastructure and all the fun stuff that comes with infrastructure. If you've ever set up infrastructure on a red team, you understand why Ralph's class HackerOps is so important, because if you get caught, then you got to re-roll infrastructure, you got to change your redirectors, do all that fun stuff. So having automation is really helpful. But I also believe that knowing how the underlying or how the sausage is made, so to speak, how everything is done behind the scenes is important. So in this class, we're not going to use automation. We're going to go ahead and use Azure and kind of set things up manually. And with that, let me kick off this slide. We'll leave it right here. I'm going to go ahead and do 10 minutes of a break. During that 10 minutes, I'm going to turn off my camera, but we'll be here. If you have any questions, throw them up in the chat and let us know. Again, enjoy your break. We'll be back here in momentarily, 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. It's 1 o'clock. Hopefully everybody had a good quick break. We're going to get into one of the most important parts of initial access, the infrastructure. Basically, having a good foundation leads to a successful test in many situations. So we'll talk about a few things here. So that this is the foundation of your attack, right? Whether it's infrastructure, your firewalls, your physical components, software components, human support, we'll talk about, and then some of your intangibles, all part of infrastructure, beyond what we commonly think of as just C2 and redirection. So those physical components are your computers, your servers, your virtual private servers, networks, redirectors, connected networks. So part of your infrastructure could be your home router, right? How do you get out to the network in the first place? Right, secure everything. Yeah, basically that's it. So you have these physical components we have to consider as part of the infrastructure. But I think the most important part and the piece that everybody struggles with is the software components, right? How do you set up your infrastructure? And that starts with your operating systems. So are we using Debian? Are we using Ubuntu? Or is this hosted on IIS, which we'll actually do some IIS hosting in this class? Do you need licenses, cloud subscriptions? Most likely you're going to need some kind of paid for access to something to host your infrastructure. Command and control, so which C2 software are you using, and that may dictate what your C2 actually looks like. Office suite, so Microsoft Office. I mean, if you're sending Office related payloads, Word documents, Excel sheets, even databases. I have a blog on how to use databases, access databases for initial access as well. Your offensive tooling, very important there. What are you going to bring into the network once you've gained access? Can you use tools outside of the network to enumerate and do some of your attacks from there? So I talked about earlier having a Windows VM to do some of that with, using PowerShell. Nowadays you can actually use PowerShell on Linux as well too. So for the most part, you can do a lot of things that you can do with PowerShell on Windows. Pretty handy. And then your infrastructure deployment. So are you doing this manually through the UI? Are you doing this with Ansible, Terraform, Caddy? There's a lot of automated infrastructure deployment options out there. Busted asked, open office payload embedding, is it possible? So I believe what you're talking about there is OLE objects, basically like taking an executable and dragging it and dropping it into a document. I don't think that works anymore for the most part. The last time I actually tried it and had success was not with OpenOffice, though. It was with Microsoft Access. The last I checked, you could actually still embed like executables and ISO files and whatever you wanted inside of a Microsoft Access project database. And what's great about Microsoft Access is people think, oh, you're fishing with a database, who's going to open that? Well, you can convert it into like a form or a template that somebody has to fill out. You can make it look pretty enticing. So yeah, with OpenOffice though, I'm not quite 100% sure if that's plausible this date and time. I think the restrictions, the patches or the fixes that came out for that weren't on the creation end by Microsoft. It was, so Microsoft basically, it won't open. You might be able to embed it in OpenOffice, but if the OLE stuff is there, but since it's running on Linux, maybe not. It'd be cool to test though. Human support, very important part of your infrastructure. And And I think leadership on an op is something that's important, right? Who's guiding the exercise? Who's in charge of the team? And a lot of times, especially on larger red teams, you'll have a lot of senior or advanced or knowledgeable testers, but you got to pick somebody to lead it. And you also need to pick somebody to be your TTP or tool champions. What I mean by that is, so if you have, and you're able to, you're in an organization that allows you, affords you the ability to have an infrastructure team, or at least somebody designated from the red team or from the penetration testing team to be the champion of infrastructure deployments. And they learn all about Ansible, they learn all about Terraform, they create the stuff for you. And then as an operator, you just come in and you say, hey, I need red team infrastructure, and that's that. They build it for you, or kind of do that for you. 1 second. All right, my cat is in the back room causing a ruckus. So, tools, TTP champions. So having some type of internal note-taking system or information sharing, knowledge sharing system. You have things like Notion or OneNote, SharePoint, Obsidian, all kinds of good things that you can use for kind of laying out who's in charge of what tools and things like that. So I think that's very important. Along the lines of that, your coworkers, so people in charge of specific departments, whatever, development, infrastructure, even payroll, things like that. I think I talk about in the upcoming slide. But yeah, who's in your charge of your contracts, who talks to your point of contact, who does your sales and scheduling? Is the information that they're obtaining during their calls, is that being transferred down to you so that you're, doing what's right for the statement of work and all that kinds of stuff, able to build your ROE and your attack plan based on the discussions that have already happened up to there. Social engineering, that's a big one. If you're able to afford a team of people that can do your social engineering for you, say, not everybody's an expert at everything. Some of us, like me, for instance, I'm not good at vishing, at just calling somebody and saying, hey, click this link, or I sent you an email, do this. I might, forget what to say, or stutter, and then totally sound not real. But there are people out there who are really good at it. And it's best to put your best feet forward if you're on a red team, right? So if you've got to reach out to somebody else, maybe there's somebody on the web app team who's just really good at, voice calling and social engineering that way. So reach out to your other departments, your other team members, and I think build your infrastructure, what you're going to need for an operation. You might be able to get some of the support from other places than just within your own team. So along with the team, some intangibles that go with that: morale, esprit de corps, right? How pumped up is everybody for this assessment? Is this, are we doing a penetration test, but we really wanted to be doing an advanced red team, so I'm just not in it today? I don't know. It's important to have morale. It's important to have team cohesion, and along with that, diversity, right? And diversity in many ways, diversity in thought. People bringing different ideas to the table from different backgrounds is really important. When I am on a red team with other red team operators, and typically we'll have a junior on the red team as well, or an intern or somebody that's there to learn. Getting the information, they might have ideas that they may not have the experience that you have, but they've got that 30,000 foot view of I'm new, and maybe some ideas translate into this op. So use your team, use your team's diversity, collaborate. That's a huge one. For our, we have infrastructure meetings just to talk about infrastructure. We have, try not to meeting to death your team, but I think that voice interaction along with video calls from time to time, just to, like, ET phone, hello, somebody's out there. When we're all cooped up in our houses, working from home or wherever we're at, it's good to still get together and collaborate where we can see each other and kind of cue off of each other. And that's especially important during an operation, right? During an op, so you can communicate what's going on. Last thing you want to do is have your vishing person out there doing what they're doing and you just have no idea what's going on. So having a dedicated comms channel, whether that's signal with the POC, try to stay out of band of comms if you can, normal comms like email. Doing AARs, after action reviews, once you're done with those tests, get everybody together, and not just from that team and that assessment, but if you have other red teamers or other teams of red teamers and penetration testers, even if they're not directly involved, bring them in, let them get that experience of an after action review on a test. Spread the knowledge, spread the wealth. That really helps build the team, helps bring people together. And after all that's done, make sure you're getting some rest, make sure you're getting some breaks and some vacation time. We just had a good BHIS webcast by Corey Ham on burnout, InfoSec burnout. It is real. People do get burned out. I get burned out myself, but for some odd reason, my fix to burnout is more computers, right? I go from actually doing hacking to what can I research to use, just because it's what I like to do. I turned my hobby into work, and so it keeps me entertained. Vacation, schedule that time, get it on the schedule. Whether you take it or not, at least put it out there so that your company or work knows that, hey, I need a break sometime, right? It is very important and part of infrastructure, in my opinion. So when we're building our infrastructure, there's some design considerations we have to think about. So what is our infrastructure determined by? Well, first of all, that's going to be your company policy if you're a consultancy, or whether or not you're doing like an or an internal red team. Say you work for, I don't know, Fortune 500 company. You are part of the internal red team. Your policy may dictate that you host all of your servers, all of your infrastructure on premise of that location, and maybe there's guidelines around encryption, things like that. So you may also work for a consultancy where they don't do that, where most of your infrastructure is hosted in cloud and encrypted up there, or secured however you're going to secure it. So there's ways to do it, and it's dictated by your company policy if you have one. Time is probably the second biggest constraint, I would say, for design considerations, because if you have a 1-week penetration test, you can't spend 3 days setting up infrastructure because that just eats into your time. So hopefully you've had another team that's been able to set that up for you prior to your engagement start. So when you start on day 1, you're actually everything's set up. That's not always the case, especially in high client turnover consultancies where you just have to keep spinning up infrastructure. You've got to do it quickly, and it's how much time you have available for that baked into it and all that. Also, how long is your assessment? Do you need 5 redirectors? Do you need 3 different C2 channels and all the associated payloads if you're just doing a 2-week engagement or whatever? So it's based on time on target as well. And speaking of target, what type of assessment is it? Is it a red team engagement? Are we exercising their SOC? Do we need to blend into stuff in their environment, or is this a known, hey, we're coming and here's our IP addresses, here's our infrastructure up front. Rules of engagements, importance, very important, obviously, to have rules of engagement, a statement of work at least. I've seen not every place that I know of does a rules of engagement that might be baked into the statement of work, right? The left and right limits of the assessment might already be in just the statement of work, so you don't need a rules of engagement, so to speak. But typically, you do have some sort of document signed by both parties that says, hey, I'm authorized to do this, and here are the limits of the scope that I'm able to do that. If you're on like a red team where it's unannounced, they just say, hey, come at us whenever, from wherever, you might need to consider that as kind of an on-the-go rules of engagement. We don't know your domains. We found these domains. Confirm with the white cell typically is the cell that's in the know of the assessment, and can then kind of tell you what's in scope and what's out of scope. So I have a question in chat. So Mary asks, what's the thinking behind having your red team do 30% of all engagements as purple teams? In other words, say your org has pen test team and they have a red team but no purple team. Yes, absolutely. Have your red team cohabitate and exist with your SOC or your blue team is very important for knowledge sharing, for team cohesion. It kind of builds up, hey, we're all in the same team. And that's really important, especially if you're on an internal environment, internal red team or security team of an organization. You want everybody to know that you're on the same side at the end of the day. I've worked internal red teams before, as well as consultancies. And it's a different environment, definitely. And the SOC may be monitoring all of your outbound traffic and things like that. But if you can do a red team and work with their SOC, even if it's an outside, if you're consulting for somebody, it's great. Yeah, it's great. It's a purple team. But to me, it's a different sales pitch, right, than a red team. In the red team, we're exercising that SOC. Can they respond and perform, detection, analysis, and eradication of the red team? And that just differs to me than what the purple team's goals are of what I would say is we sit side by side. I may even come on site for a purple team and sit there with your SOC, and we do, all right, we're going to execute this tactic and we're going to execute this technique. Did you see that? Did you see that? Adjust fire. You can mix the two. Yeah, you're welcome, Mary. Feel the same about us, not always welcomed by red team. Yeah, so red team does want to keep their, especially on internal teams, they don't want to, give up their hand if they're, so to speak, playing poker with the SOC. They've even been on internal red teams where the SOC monitors the SSH tunnels coming out of the network. So your internal infrastructure, you have to go out for something, right, to redirectors or whatever, which we'll talk about. They can see that. So sometimes you have to say, put up pure SSH tunnels that the SOC always knows about, but they can't tell when you're actually operating. Purple team is reproducing TTPs, not creating TTPs. Correct. As a red team, in my opinion, says Busted. That is true. Yeah. So purple team is going to do maybe some things that are relevant to that industry, right? Let's say the healthcare industry sees Conti ransomware most often. Then maybe you want to model your TTPs after the Conti group or something like that if you're doing simulation. But if you're doing what most of us do, which is emulation, or emulating threats, we're not reproducing specific tactics, right? We're doing specific technique. We're not doing specific techniques. We're doing specific tactics. So Kerber roasting as a tactic versus the technique of using Rubius, right? So that's kind of how I see it. All right, good questions. Thank you for the back and forth. So we talked about on-prem, and that's typically your internal team's environment, right? You've got a Fortune 500 company or some company that's able to afford having a full-time red team because it is what I would say cost prohibitive, right? Or it's a sink, basically. It's a cost sink because you're not making any money. You may be preventing money from being lost in the future, but the organization's not going to see, hey, we've got a red team and we're making X amount of dollars off of that red team. So typically it's your larger organization that's doing something like this. And you can do on-prem as a consultancy as well. You can even host your prem on your VM and then just tunnel your stuff out that way. Or you can use third-party cloud services as your redirectors to the tunnels, right? So using things like Apache or some, I think, what is it? I can't remember the name of it, but there's a couple other redirection services out there to redirect into your SSH tunnels. What most of us think about is the cloud-based C2 or publicly hosted command and control infrastructure. So that would be like, hey, our Cobalt Strike server is on vulture.io. It's on a VPS there. I've got it locked down so that only I can SSH to it from my IP. The disk is encrypted or whatever. I've also got the traffic only allowed to come from my redirector so that the open internet's not allowed to scan me, things like that. Of course, kind of like we just like to say in the cryptocurrency industry, not your keys, not your crypto, not your server, not your data, right? So the data up in the cloud is whoever owns the cloud service. Keep that in mind. So this is your general setup. So I took this from the Red Team Infrastructure Wiki, and actually I want to post this in chat real quick. This is a great resource. That Jeff Dimmick and I created a while ago, but it still rings true today. Most of the setup in there. So I got this from the Red Team Infrastructure Wiki. And this was kind of our general idea of what, and this was back 2015, I think, we created this, of what our general idea of infrastructure should look like. And that holds true today. I mean, this is basically, you want to separate your infrastructure, different domains, different redirectors, different protocols, long-term, short-term. So down there at the bottom, you see LT and ST. That stands for long-term and short-term. And you host your phishing payloads and phishing infrastructure separately. Back in the day, we used to just send phishes directly from Cobalt Strike. Well, if your phishing server is your C2 server and it gets burned, then you have to re-roll everything. So it's best to split up the services. And it's also best to split them up over service providers. Let's say you're using Namecheap for your DNS records, and you use that on your phishing platform, but you're also using a subdomain of that same domain for your long-term C2. Well, if you phish with that and a user reports that it's phishing, that goes up the chain, it gets escalated, they can report to Namecheap, hey, this was a phish from this domain. Namecheap sends you an email, says, hey, we banned your domain. They won't ban your account. They won't ban your account, but they will ban the domain. So if your other infrastructure is on that same domain, well, you might have a problem. So we like to separate our command and control, our infrastructure as much as possible. So then some other important infrastructure that goes along with the command and control and the human aspects and all that stuff is how our stuff talks to each other and how do we get to the infrastructure. So one being SOX proxies, stand up a VPS or something out there on the internet. If you're doing like an external pen test and you're hitting the external presence of the enterprise pretty heavily, you don't want to be doing that from your home IP, right? You're going to end up on some kind of ban list, some block lists, or spam house, which we'll see actually my home IP address is on the spam house. And I think that goes just for a lot of residential services. Got a question in chat, is Azure blocking host after an abuse claim? So the way, and I discussed this a little bit earlier, the way Azure does this is Azure will block your subscription. They'll just nuke your subscription. So your account that you created your subscription with will still work and you can create new subscriptions. But just keep in mind, if you've got any data services or whatever tied to a subscription, and let's say you phish somebody, I've never been banned for phishing, but banned for, or I had my subscription canceled for domain fronting before. And Microsoft now kind of bans you for that. So it depends, and they'll nuke your subscription. So SOX proxy is very important. Use those quite often, and to proxy tools as well as like web browsing traffic. HTTPS and HTTP proxies. So we'll talk about Fireprox a little bit, how to rotate IP addresses when you're doing things like password spraying or password spraying. And you can password spray multiple services and whatnot using Firefox. So VPN. VPN is also important. That's for your general source IP obfuscation. So for me, when I'm operating, I have my 2 VMs running, right? And I've got my infrastructure out there. I can SSH tunnel to them, to my infrastructure and stuff like that. But on the back end, I'm VPN'd into somewhere because I don't want my home IP leaked if my tunnel drops or something like that, right? So kind of have a backup to your tunnel, a backup to the backup, so to speak. SSH tunnels, cool trick. I don't show how to do it in this course. I probably could. I could probably walk you through it here tomorrow or something. But how to use the Azure console as an SSH tunnel. So think about this. Instead of spinning up a VM, log into portal.azure.com, hit the little terminal button that's up there on the window, which is the Azure console. You can then host a VPS or whatever somewhere else. You can do a reverse SSH tunnel to your VPS or wherever, and then SSH tunnel through that into the Azure console. And if you proxy through that, now you have an IP address from the Azure console. And we'll actually do some phishing of from the Azure console as well during the course, because that IP address is not going to be on Spamhaus. And if you phish somebody from that IP address and it gets blocked, hey, it's Azure's IP address. They won't nuke your account from what I've seen, knock on wood and disclaimer. But you can just re-roll your Azure console and get a new IP address and start all over. Would like to see the Azure console as an SSH tunnel? Sure, let me add that to my notes. I didn't have time to build that into the class, but I'm sure I can make some time. That's what I like, some feedback from the class so that we can make this about things that we like on the fly. Yeah, it is a cool trick. I used that on an engagement recently to proxy password spring traffic from Azure to Azure. An interesting trick. Okay, so we talked about this a little bit, separating your C2 and stuff like that, and it's called resiliency, right? We want our infrastructure to be resilient. If I spend the time to set up my my command and control and set up the profiles and do all that kind of stuff, I don't want to have to re-roll that infrastructure, right? I don't want to reset up and rekey everything. So what I do is set up a redirector of some sort in front of that. Right, that could be a a virtual private server. It could be something else. I think you could do Cloudflare D in the class. We can use Azure websites. We also use Azure CDN. You can use Cloudflare, Cloudflare workers, all kinds of stuff. So separate your hosting providers, separate your C2 channels, separate your redirection, and use different protocols. So your initial phish could be DNS. Now, if your target organization is monitoring DNS, they're going to see your C2 because if you even look at DNS for C2, you're going to see it, right? It's like 250 some characters long, random subdomains of that length. You can modify that in Cobalt Strike and stuff like that to make it really short, but that means you have to do a lot more requests if you make the subdomains shorter. Easy to pick out from DNS logs. Better option would be DNS over HTTPS, DOH, as your initial access. And then you can switch to other C2 channels during your operations. When I move laterally in an engagement, I like to switch and separate C2 channels. So let's say I phish with a DOH payload and I have DNS over HTTPS. When I go to move laterally, I'm going to switch that to an HTTP, or if I know they're not monitoring DNS, maybe on a server that has high uptime, I launch a DNS C2 to just sit there and call back once a day or once every 3 days if I'm on a longer engagement, right? Yep, we had CDN. Fastly is pretty good and doesn't shut down accounts that often. I didn't actually talk about it in here. But if you're looking for domain fronting, and again, I suggest not using Azure anymore because of the subscription ban. If you're willing to put up with the ban of subscription and basically saying that you're violating terms of their service now by using somebody else's SSL certificate, go for it. I don't know if HTTP works to not get banned, because I think the sticky part behind it was you were using somebody else's SSL certificate to make your traffic look like it when you put your host header in there and all that. So not sure the reasons why or what the, yeah, there you go, Titan loader. Thanks, Coax. So that's one of the DNS over HTTPS methods. So great way to get your initial access, and those requests typically don't get scrutinized as much. CDN firewall. So if you go to that link that I put in the slide deck, that'll take you to my blog, where I've blogged about hardening your Azure domain front. So this applies to non-domain fronting as well. This can apply to a vanilla virtual private server. I actually wrote a Flask redirector. It's on my GitHub. We will use some stuff from that repo in the class, so I can show you that as well. But you can redirect and basically block user agents. You can block based on headers, cookies, things like that. So what we're doing there is we're blocking random scanner traffic from the internet. Why that's important is, especially with tools that have stagers, Cobalt Strike has an option. Now it's an option. It used to not be an option. And the CDN firewall blog was as a result of people building scanners to scan the internet for these Cobalt Strike stagers, and then pull down the staging material and execute the C2, and then they could pull out the malleable C2 from the stager as well, so they could see like what domains were registered, the back end, what the profile looks like, all that stuff. So that kind of inspired the CDN firewall, and that's easy to set up. You can also automate it with Ansible and or Terraform as well. So it's really important, and we'll do that in the class here shortly to block scanners from scanning our stuff. And that takes us into the CDN infrastructure lab. Yep. Hey, thanks for that, Mary. Yeah, great blog by Kyle Avery on DNS over HTTPS for Cobalt Strike. It talks about, I believe, Titan loader in there as well. All right, so let's get started on the lab, CDN infrastructure lab. We do another redirector, but I put it in a different place. I didn't put it in the infrastructure section because it just takes a minute to set up. So it's in like payload delivery or somewhere like that. But for now, we're going to set up an Azure CDN. So I'm going to do this live here. We have how many minutes? We've got plenty of time to do this. All right, good. So the first thing we're going to do is log into portal.azure.com. Now this will be with your subscription that can create basically CDNs and VMs and things like that. What we're going to do is click on portal.azure.com. It should open a new window. I'm already admin at Vandelay Industries, but you can see like it's telling me, hey, welcome to Azure. Here's your free trial. That's how I know I'm not on the right account. So this would be the account that you created Azure with. And let me pull up my information because I don't remember off the top of my head. I have many accounts, Azure related business accounts based on pretext. So I have some, we'll talk about device code phishing coming up. When you sign up for a Microsoft account, you get a subdomain. So I have one that's kind of related to device codes so that I can phish from a Microsoft business account. And the subdomain is something about device codes, which makes it really handy. So in this case, I'm going to log into this as my main account. Don't fish me, please, at the future Frank Rizzo. Just kidding. Fish me all you want. Be prepared for the hackback. All right. So we're in here. Let's follow along. Let me pull up this Notion in a separate. Let's see if I can do it like that and like that. I got a question in chat. Do you use Azure a lot just as a personal taste, or are there some advantages to using AWS in terms of functionalities? So part of that is pretext and recon driven, right? Is your target enterprise using AWS more than they're using Azure? Do they have AWS resources that you could either clone or try to look like or mimic in your attack? So it kind of depends. What we're seeing now is the market share, though, is Azure related, Azure driven. And we see a lot of the stuff, tools like Azure Hound, Road Tools, microbursts and things like that that are focused around Azure because the footprint is so large right now, right? A lot of organizations are using it. Good question. So again, when you're creating these resource groups or this stuff in here, you don't have to name it what I name it. In fact, you probably can't. In some cases, your subscription can probably be named FutureSec, but your resource groups too. But when you come down to making domains and subdomains and things like that, typically they got to be unique. So create it whatever you want, whatever theme you want to go by as well. So let's create a resource group. So if you start up here and type resource groups, take us to this menu. Let's get out of there. So here is where we create our resource group. Hit the create button. Then we've got our subscription here. If we had multiple subscriptions, we could select them here. Resource group, I'm going to name this Enterprise Attack Initial Access Infrastructure. Region, so this is the region of deployment. This could be important in several ways. If your infrastructure, let's say your target is West Coast, all their stuff is West Coast, San Diego or wherever, maybe you can put your infrastructure out there. If it's East Coast, East, you know, sometimes it matters, especially if you're doing password spraying and logging in from weird random IPs. And some are more cost effective than others. I know there's some Europe ones that are cheaper than the US, but again, maybe use what's closest to you. Or if you're following along, just use East US, as that's what I'm doing. Next, tags. If you're on an op, you could tag this with like op name, be Red Tiger, right? So you could name it, and that way you could reference it, and you could reference other infrastructure to that as well. Oop. I'm not going to do that now, though. Oh, maybe it's going to make me. Oh, delete. There we go. So review and create. Let's go ahead and create that. And we do the infrastructure today because I've seen in cases where the CDN takes a day for it to actually set up. Now, if you're using another region, that may be the case. It could be slower or faster. I'm not sure. But we do this a day in advance just to be sure. All right, so we have our infrastructure resource group. If you go into the resource group, you can see that you can then create resources under that. Another main reason that I use resource groups to track my campaigns is for cost billing, basically cost management, right? I can track my op based on what resource group or track, okay, I spent this much in infrastructure, this much in C2 VMs, this much in domain fronting over the course of the operation. If you can't create a resource group, you're not on your subscription. So Busta just asked if you can't create he or she can't create a resource group. So if that's the case, make sure you're on the right subscription. You may have to come back here and just make sure you're on the right subscription. And when you're creating the resource group, and that may be you logged into the wrong account too. So log into the accounts you used to create your Azure AD in the first place, not the subsequent admin or Microsoft 365 accounts, right? So let us know if you have any more issues with that. Like I said before, though, I'm going to keep trucking along as this is all recorded, and we can kind of follow along. Tomorrow's, like, if you need to catch up in the morning, you can come back to today's video as well. So I've got that. Now we need to create a virtual machine. What we're going to do with this virtual machine is make that up there for us to use for C2. And I named it redirector up here, but actually this is our Mythic C2. We're going to use Mythic for this. So you can name this whatever you want. Let's see, let me go ahead and follow here. Create virtual machines. And same thing is going to happen if you can't create a resource group. You're not going to be able to create the VM. So just make sure you get switched to the right account when you're doing that. So we're going to create this VM and here virtual machine. And then again, so when you create your resource group, you should be able to select your subscription if you're in the right account. Again, you have to be logged in with the correct account. So we do that. If you had multiple, so right here, we already have a resource group, or you could create your own. So we're going to select our infrastructure resource group. All right. We're going to name this one. In the test I named, or in the thing I named it redirector 1. I'm just going to go along with that. Although it's actually not going to be a redirector. So IPslav has a question, should I create the resource group under the new tenant directory, e.g. future sec? So again, log in with the email address that you used to create Azure first, not to create your Microsoft 365 account. But you just need to be able to point to your subscription when you're creating these. So it's just a matter of whether or not you're in the right account or not. All right, so we're going to change the size. Obviously, we don't want to spend $70 a month. And think about that, that's monthly cost, so that's not like per op or whatever. But we do want to use something smaller. We're going to use the standard B1S. So if you hit all sizes, it should be one virtual CPU and one, it looks like they might have changed it. Just B1S, yep, there we go. Select that. So one virtual CPU, 1 gig. We're not doing a lot here. We're just doing C2, right? Running Mythic, it doesn't take that much. So here we go, SSH. Don't use a password. Common practice not to. I mean, let's be cognizant of our security while we're doing this. So we're going to generate a new key pair. Username by default, it says Azure user. Keep it, change it. Just remember if you change it, what it is, so you can log in. Allow selected ports. For now, we're going to just use SSH port 22. Now, I think in my case, in the notes, it actually says, like, do you want to enter a phone number? That was most likely because I already had an account. So we can just keep hitting next through everything, or we can just hit review and create. Oops, looks like this might ask me for a phone number. So give me one moment. How that goes. Yeah, again, this kind of takes a few minutes, so if you're catching up, don't worry about it. You'll get there. I'm going to turn off my screen momentarily while I enter a phone number. Okay, once you've entered your phone number, if it asks you to do so, you'll click download private key and create resource, and I will show you that. Coax has a question, does Google Voice numbers work for that? I don't know. It's a good question. It never sends me a text message. It doesn't send any kind of authentication or anything like that. So I'm not sure. What's the worst that could happen if we see your phone number? Pictures, I don't know. Weird stuff. Let's go ahead and share my screen again. Google Voice doesn't work. I tried that. Right. So I don't think they use it for anything as far as validation or whatever is concerned. You could probably use a burner phone or even one of those services. I don't know. There's those SMS services online. If there's any attribution with it. It's Microsoft. I'm sure they have some sort of telemetry or attribution with it, right? Again, in that case, if you're worried about that, I'm sure you could walk over to Walmart, $20 to buy a cheap phone and be on your way. All right, so we've got that. You should have your infrastructure spun up or should be spinning up. Go to resource. So if I go to virtual machines, we should see it running here. Note your IP address, and actually what we want to do is change this to a static. I did put that in the notes, so we're going to click on that. This way, if you reboot your VM or something happens, you don't get a new IP address. That would be terrible on an op. So we'll hit that to static. Ooh, and that's the first time I've seen that. But check that out. You can create a label. You know what? We're going to test that out. And we're just going to name it enterprise attack initial access. See if that comes up. Okay, so check mark. So I'm going to actually give this a DNS label. Apparently, that gives us a label for eastus.cloudapp.azure.com. Dynamic DNS. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Dynamic DNS infrastructure, something like that. So just another way, I'm always looking for ways to get things into environments, and that's part of why the payload delivery portion of this is so long, because I think that being able to deliver into using reputable services and things like that makes it much easier for you. So that's kind of interesting. We'll see if we can browse to it after that. So set it to static. I put a DNS name there. Yeah, Busted having some issues. Again, we're taking a break here in just a moment. So if you have need some help with that, we'll try to help you out. How close are we getting there? Actually have 150 right now. So this is our 20-minute break time. We'll pick back up here. We'll try to get Busted going and anybody else that needs help. 20 minutes, so grab a bite to eat, something, be back here at 10 after. So return to 10 p.m. Eastern. I'll keep sharing my screen if I'm helping out. Busted here. If you have questions, let me know. I may step away for a minute to grab a water, which actually I'm going to do right this minute, and then we'll be back back to help you out here. So to be continued. Enjoy your break. Helps if I unmute. Welcome back, everyone. It is 2:10, so it's our designated start time again. Oh, let me close my door over here. Don't need an errant cat walking in. All right, so yeah, hopefully everybody is getting situated. Yes, Azure can be a bit of a pain when it comes down to what subscription points where and how it all ties together. So it's just unfortunate that it is a bit confusing, but as long as you logged in with the correct accounts, you can even set your new subscription to the default if you have more than one, or your new tenant to the default if you need to. And busted, that depends if Azure Subscription 1 is your subscription. If that's the one that you created the account with, then yes, that's the one you would use. Otherwise, you may have to go back through the creation status at the end of the day if you need to. All right, so here, some of you have gone ahead, but what we're doing is we're setting the static redirector for the VM. So we've got the IP there. I'm gonna copy this out just so I have it annotated somewhere. I'm just gonna go Notepad. And put in redirector IP. I'm just gonna keep that open for now. Alrighty. Yeah, if you're having issues, just keep at it. Again, you can come back and go through this. There's not a lot left here, so once this gets done, we have to wait for it to kind of set up anyways. So what we're going to do here, we did that, we saved that, so now we have that done. Our virtual machine should be done. But what we want to do is we want to restrict some things here. So we're going to go to networking. So again, click on your VM. If I go virtual machines, network, click on my redirector. Down here on the bottom left side, I can click on networking. So right now we've allowed port 22 from anywhere, right? You could and should restrict this down to your own IP address if this is operational, or whatever VPN that you're VPN'd into. And yeah, so what we need to do is open up some ports here for our C2 traffic and secure it. So let's go ahead and add an inbound port rule. Our source is going to be IP addresses. So let's think about it this way. We have a content delivery network that's going to run in the cloud. We then have a VM that's also running that has our C2. Traffic has to hit the content delivery network and then come to our C2. We don't want the open internet scanning our traffic. So the first thing we're going to do to lock down on the VM is set up the IP addresses. And this is all of the Azure IP address ranges. All we have to do is paste that into the source IP range. So that just guarantees that whatever traffic hits our C2 server is just Azure IP space. Yes, coax, the inbound IP list is just Azure IP space. And there's a few ways to get that. You can go through Microsoft's documentation. You can go, I think there's actually a GitHub, type Azure CDN IPs. It's actually on my GitHub. Yep, oh, there it is. And that was last run 2 days ago. So if you click on this, you do get a list. It updates and spits out edge nodes IPv4. So that's where I got this from. Are those IPs used for Europe as well? I believe so. I believe that's all of the CDN edge nodes. So if you wanted to keep up with this list, I'll put this in Discord. If you're using a European mirror, what you can do is you could, if you want to, if we're not sure, if you're not, if this blocks your C2, you can always come in here and disable this rule or delete this rule, and then do a TCP dump and see what IP address when you run your C2 is hitting. Then you can go back and secure it afterwards when you do your test to see if your C2 works. So I'd go ahead and follow along for now. This is supposed to be all of Azure's CD2 range, so or CDN range. So we'll find out if it covers European. And get back on the page I was on. Not that one. Trying to have too many windows open. There we go. So we're going to change the port destination port to 443 because this is going to be our C2 traffic. It's going to come in over 443. Destination any, service any. You could actually change this to HTTPS and it will automatically do that. So either way, and in this case, I think additionally allow port 80, yes, because we're going to, and this will be for any IP. When we create our SSL certificate, I'm gonna add 443, I'm gonna go ahead and hit add. So it's adding port 443 rule. Now let's do a port 80 rule, and it's any IP, any destination. Service is going to be HTTP, and we're going to change the port name to 80. So we should end up with 2 firewall rules right here. Yeah, and we'll get to that. Galactozoid adding the CDN, you'll have to add Microsoft.cdn as a resource provider. I will probably have to do that in my case too, maybe, so we'll see that. Should see that live. So now we should have 2 ports, 443, which is restricted to the IP addresses, and then port 80, which is anything. We're going to generate an SSL certificate later that's going to go through the CDN. So we have to have port 80 open for that to happen. So we should be good on the redirector, and we should now be able to continue to the Azure CDN setup. So up here at the top, we can type CDN. Click on CDN profiles. Okay, so currently we don't have any. Up here, people want to know about subscription. You can actually click on subscription right now and see which one, which subscription you're under if you ever needed to do that. So we're going to create a CDN profile. Again, CDN, Content Delivery Network. It's basically a network of IP addresses and hosts that deliver your content, distributed, well, not totally distributedly, but keeps it up on the web so that it's like they actually have a thing called Azure Front Door. I was going to say it's like Azure Front Door. Well, it's actually like a front door into your web server or whatever you have behind the CDN. So subscription, got my subscription there. I'm going to pick my resource group. So it is the infrastructure resource group I created. The name, this is the important part, right? So this is where we name it with a unique domain. So this would give you a whatever value you put here. So this is not a fish. Then I would have this is not a fish.azureedge.net when I completed this lab. So that means all my traffic would be going to this is not a fish.azureedge.net or Azure Edge, yeah, .net. So I'm going to name this something. Now you could do this, you know, for your client. So let's say your client name is Company A. You could name it Company A VPN or Company A web server or whatever. What I found is a lot of organizations, well, some more advanced and mature organizations have the ability to see subdomains that get generated with their name or with like DNS twists or something like that. This won't tip off those alarms from what I've done so far in my career. So this creates a subdomain, but it's hosted on Azure and it doesn't publicly create a record that I've seen any of those domain categorizations and pre-alert systems pick up on. So you could name it something along the lines of your company. If I'm doing C2 traffic though, and let's say an analyst picks up my C2 and they're like, oh, this is going to azureedge.net. Maybe I want it to look like something not related to the company, but maybe related to the company. Let's say the company has some kind of data feed or something. We can name it after that. In this case, I'm going to say, let's say the analyst looks at it and they're like, all right, we're company A CDN. And that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to use company A CDN. Like we're going after company A. And you can name it whatever you want. As long as you get the check mark here afterwards, you should be good. There are different levels of pricing. You would have to go actually look up what the pricing levels are. I will tell you that CDNs though are pennies on the dollar or for the hour or whatever. It doesn't cost that much. We'll run the CDN for an entire op and it's only a few bucks maybe. You have the options for standard Microsoft. So this is Microsoft owns content delivery network. You have standard Verizon. Akamai, which is a relatively new one. I actually haven't used that one yet. And I'm led to believe that each one of these endpoint settings or these pricing tiers uses different endpoints and might abide by different rules. So maybe domain fronting on a standard Microsoft.com CDN will get picked up. Maybe domain fronting on Verizon's premium won't. I don't know. I haven't done any thorough testing there. Just keep that in mind if you go down the domain fronting route. Premium Verizon will allow you to do a CDN firewall. Standard Verizon, and I'm not sure, will not. I'm not sure about standard Akamai. I have not used that one yet. Standard Microsoft will. We're going to use the standard Microsoft one for this. Oh, you can actually click here and do full pricing details. So while we're here. Will it even tell you? Oh, it tells you what's available for each one, but I don't see the actual pricing. It's all right. We can check at the end of the course and actually see how much it cost me. So standard Microsoft, create a new CDN endpoint. I stand corrected. The profile details, the name is whatever you wanted it to be. So we can name this company A CDN. Oh, no, it has to be all together. So I will name it the same. Microsoft standard is 0 from the pricing calculator. Oh, great. Perfect. CDN endpoint name, this is where you get your azureedge.net subdomain. So this is where it has to be unique, not only to you, but to the world, because that's where people will browse to is azureedge.net. Origin type, we're going to do custom origin. And then we're going to put the host name or the IP address of our C2. Now, if you want to be brave, you can use that DNS name that we created earlier, or you can use the IP address. Been using, yeah, Coax says, been using Microsoft Standard and never got a bill for it yet. Perfect. Origin host name, so I'm going to use the IP address. Some people swear by using a DNS name. You can do that, and but that requires you to have your own DNS name. Or we could also try. If I go to my VM, click on my IP address, I should see this. I'll go ahead and open up a terminal window. And if you haven't yet, if you have some time later today, I find it easier to pin all the tools I'm going to use down here at the bottom of the taskbar. Just makes it much easier to get to. So let's look up. Hey, there we go. So guess what? We can actually use this this domain for our C2. Let's try that. I'm gonna give that a shot. We'll do it live, see what happens. So this should call back then to RC2 and be fine. So again, next tags, if you wanted to tag it with an op name or whatever, you can do that. And this might be the CDN. In order to create a CDN profile, please ensure that Microsoft CDN is listed as a resource provider in your Azure subscription. Yep. So if you have a new subscription, this might happen to you. Cool, Coax. Thanks for also being my guinea pig and testing that out with me. If I remember how to get to ensuring that Microsoft CDN is listed, I think you have to go to your subscription. And Galactozoid, if I'm wrong, you may correct me. So I think in here, I thought it was apps, resource providers. Yeah, there we go. So if you go to subscriptions, click on your subscription and click on resource providers. I'll make a note to add this into the setup before. All right, and we type CDN here. Should get Microsoft CDN. So we just need to register that app. Click register. Not sure how long this part takes. Might take a minute. Just keep refreshing here. If you have any questions, let me know. I don't know if the rest of you are running into this, but I will add it to the setup notes. So thanks for pointing that out, Galactozoid, because I totally forgot about that. But, and that's good to know, because if you ever have to add another provider, this is where you do it, from Azure subscription and resource providers. Registering. Let's see if we can create it yet. Nope, still not ready. All right, that might take a minute. So re-registered the Microsoft CDN and it worked. All right. Looks like everybody Scram got lost. Can you show how to add another subscription part? Add another subscription. Are you talking about adding the CDN? That would be clicking on subscriptions. If you need to add a new subscription to an account, now remember, if you've already done this, just make sure you're logged into the right account. Like for me, it was my new Hotmail account that I made, not one of the admin accounts or the other account that I created. So that's my root account. And then that's where you would add your subscription. So refresh browser. Ooh, I don't know if I want to do that. Let's see. Okay, so it says active. Resource providers. See if we've got the CDN added. Yep. Yep, CDN registered. There's some interesting apps in here. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to refresh. Darn it. Hopefully it keeps the data, but I assume it's not. All right, back to where we started. Name. And region. Pricing tier, Microsoft. New CDN. I wanted to put that down here. Let me go back to my VM. All right, so for me, I'm using the host name that I made, EAIA. You can put the IP address. I just want to test this on the fly along with coax, see what happens. Let's go ahead and create. Hopefully it goes through this time. Validation passed. All right. Now we can create. Now this is the part that can take, I've seen it take a day to sync. So if you have that issue, don't worry. By the time we come back tomorrow, it should be synced. But typically on Microsoft CDN, it's just a few minutes. So we shouldn't have any problems. What we want to do is once the deployment is complete, we're going to go back, and that's where we're going to set our caching and our CDN rules. So that's the next point, is to actually set up the firewall and to turn off caching. So deployment is complete. We can go to resource. If you don't see, like if you didn't see the go to resource or you click past, just type CDN up there at the top and click back on your CDN profile. So this is actually redirecting now back to your origin infrastructure, which is doing nothing, right? There's nothing running there or nothing happening. So if you click on this, it's just going to tell you page not found. That's either going to be because it's still setting up, most likely because your origin isn't connecting in the background yet. If you wanted to add a custom domain, you could do that here. Well, what we want to do first is turn off some features that actually enhance the CDN, but are bad for our C2. The first one being caching rules. So if you wanted to learn more, you can click there on the learn more. But this is basically saying, so query string. So the request that's coming in, let's bypass that. Let's not cache it. If we cache the URLs, think of it this way: a command and control infrastructure calls back, it hits a URL on your C2, and then it gets some data back, like a command or something like that, and then it posts data back or sends data back of the results, things like that. Well, if the first time that it connected, it cached that connection, the second connection would just use the cached connection, right? It wouldn't go back to the origin host. So we have to bypass that. So that's why we say that to bypass and hit save. Takes a second. Oh, I meant to, I don't think I linked this earlier. So everybody scram, ask a question. I'm still not finding the CDN subscription service at home subscriptions add. So your subscription should be under there, but the CDN service is not specifically a subscription. It's an addition to your subscription. So you would actually click on the subscription. Click on the subscription, go to resource providers, and that's where you find your CDN resource to enable. If you don't have a subscription, you're going to have to go back through the setup and actually create your subscription. So let's get back to it. CDN is saved. Now we want to turn off compression. reduce size and improve performance. We want this to stay as raw as possible. We don't want them to be manipulating our traffic at all. We'll turn compression off. Hit save. All right, compression is off. Now we can go to the rules engine. This is where we create basically our firewall, or our filter engine, I would call it, or filter rules. Zoom in a little bit. All right, so, oh, and if you wanted to further before we get into the rules, you could also geo-filter if you know your client is in the US or whatever region, you could filter based on that too. So it's additional level of protection. All right, good. Everybody scram, got it? Awesome. We're continuing on. Rules engine, let's add a rule. All right, so we have conditions and we have actions. So something has to happen before we do something action-wise. So those conditions could be many things. It could be the device type. Yes, Azure CDN knows what device type you're coming from based on your user agent. Basically, HTTP version you're using, cookies, what arguments are in the post request. I mean, it really, you could put a lot of protections in here based on remote address. If you know it's coming from a specific site or block, you could put that in here. Request URL, whatever protocol it is, only allow UDP or TCP. What we're going to focus on though is a header. We're going to add request header. All right. And if you go back to my blog, to the Azure domain hardening blog, we'll see here, I have an example for Cobalt Strike. So this method works with pretty much any HTTP, HTTPS C2 that you have that allows you to add a header into the request. So what we're saying is when the agent comes back and talks to our server, we want it to have this XASP.NET version 1.3 header, right? And what our firewall is going to say is, all right, I see you've got the XASP.NET version header. What's your key? If the key doesn't match, it's going to do something else with your traffic. We're going to redirect that traffic, right? You could redirect based on user agent if somebody's trying to curl your environment. If you know sandbox IPs, you could redirect sandbox IPs to something else. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to add this to our Mythic C2. So our header name, I'm going to use the same thing. And if you want to follow along on this blog or read this blog, post that in here. So I'm going to use the XASP.NET version. I'm just going to change the key. There's a list of headers that you can use here somewhere. Yep. I got a link for in the blog post on list of common HTTP headers. So these are some that you could use. Don't use something that's already being used. So you could use like P3P, anything where you can put basically a random value. So that's why I picked XASP.NET version. I can just put a value in there and the key has to match. So if the SOC or somebody says, hey, we got a C2 agent, hey, it's going to this domain. All right, they start analyzing the domain, trying to get to it. It's not going to let them, right? Because they don't have the right header. If they were able to dissect the payload traffic, they would have to create a curl command or whatever with a specific user agent and your XASP.NET version header. I'm going to name operator equals. So if the header value equals, I'll say 2.5. You have to hit edit, some reason. Can't edit in the edit box. Okay. Case transform, you could transform if you needed to upper lowercase. No need for that in this condition. And then we can save. Well, actually we have to add the action. So what happens after the request header is found? We're going to do a URL redirect. Type, right? Make this a 302, match request. So if it matches the request, our host name, I'm gonna give us something cool here. Oh yeah, so what we are going to do here in this case, we're going to redirect them to YouTube. Oh yeah, so Zoltan made a good point there. We want not equals in here. If I would read my own instructions, I would see that. Thank you for pointing that out. So if the version header and header value does not equal this, then we want to redirect. So let's redirect them to YouTube. Develop path / Let's save that firewall rule name is required. We're going to be name that. Let's just see, firewall redirect. Save that. Saving our changes. All right. Not sure how long it's going to take for that to go into effect, but if we click on our endpoint host name, it take a minute for it to, yeah, it's still setting up. So right now the request cannot be served. And that's the part that might take a little while. Let's see. Running. There we go. We hit refresh, takes us to YouTube, and the one and only Rickroll. So we can Rickroll the sock. Again, you can make as many rules in redirections as you want. So if you want to redirect based on sock indicators, their IPs, whatever, you can do it in here in the rules engine. So we have a question, are the front door and CDN profiles the same section as the CDNs? No, front door, and I don't cover using front door as a redirector in here, but if you type front doors, you can do that from here. So it's basically, it's more of a load balancer, right? Or an application gateway. A little bit different. I haven't actually gone into what that entails. I think it's more like cloud front, right? Where it's missed opportunity to flex that young jock video appearance. Yeah, right. I could have redirected to that. Oh, that'd have been a great one. So moving on, we should have that set up. Now we've got our redirectors, and actually, do I want to do that? No. No, we don't have the host origin set up yet. So yeah, so you should be able to browse to that. And again, if you browse to your origin, that should not come up with anything because we don't have anything running there yet. Yep. I think that takes us through the infrastructure setup. All right, so that is our CDN infrastructure. We talked, and again, we've got some time here before our next break. So let's just talk a little bit about infrastructure and other things. And to do that, I'm actually going to pull up the structure wiki. So our bars, if you don't have the CDN option, you may have to go back to click on your subscription. And then go down to resource providers and add the CDN there. Let's see if I can. So that's where you add your CDN bit, and then you might be able to see it. Otherwise, you're probably on the wrong account. Could be. All right, very cool. So red team infrastructure, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit since we're on the infrastructure portion of this. Again, I went over this, our sample design, basically, you know, long-term, short-term C2. So what we mean by that is you might have a CDN redirector for your long-term, you might have one for your short-term. Maybe those are across different accounts, or you're using different redirections for the different types. But short-term would be, hey, we fished and we have our access. This is our short-term C2 because it's the most easily burnable. It's got the most footprint against it. You had to use it to fish, they had to download it, they had to do this. Whereas if you were moving laterally, maybe there's less indicators they can key off of network-wise. So you would switch to a long-term C2. And you want that long-term C2 just in case your short-term C2 gets burned, and then you have a command and control that's kind of sitting there low and slow and ready to go. Fishing and payload hosting, I separate those in this class a little bit, so we'll talk about that. If you do need to buy domains or get domains, I highly suggest checking out expireddomains.net. Expireddomains.net will allow you to pick sometimes already categorized domains. So a lot of cool stuff in here, categorization and blacklist checking. So this is probably my favorite one, Matil BL here, and let's actually check our infrastructure real quick while we're here. And I'll post this link in the chat. This is the one that I like to use. So what we can do is check our C2 IP. If you're using a service like DigitalOcean or Vultr, something that is commonly used by real-time threat actors, you probably want to do this. Check our. Now, it may not matter as much for your back of house C2 if you're hosting your C2 like we are here. This isn't really a redirector. This is our C2 server. But because if it's on a list, a bad list, it really doesn't affect you because the client doesn't see that as much. But this mostly pertains to your redirectors and your phishing infrastructure. So we can see maybe some abuse. They're hidden, so take those with a grain of salt. But our IP already on Azure does show some abuse policies listed, but the A records don't match, so probably not anything to worry about. And as you can see, there are a lot of lists to check on. So about domain registration, got a question. Are you doing registration way before your engagement? Nowadays, companies are blocking baby domain names, registration less than 30 days. Yeah, that goes on to what I was talking about, having a dedicated support team or somebody that's dedicated as that TTP tool champion, right? Or the champion of domains. To have somebody on the team that's their job, that's their secondary job or whatever, is to be the curator of domains. And there are some really good products out there, some open source tools, one which I would like to point out, actually, that helps with that. I'm gonna look up Ghostwriter. So Ghostwriter has the ability to monitor, register, and do all your domain stuff for you. Let's look at the wiki. So if you're looking for a solution, I would check this out. It is pretty cool. It can do more than that. It can also generate reports and things like that. I can find the infrastructure management. You can manage your servers from here. You can also manage domains. And this is the part that I really like. So you can add domains one at a time, or you can upload them all. You can set their status, where they're hosted, things like that. So basically you can come in here and check out domains. If you're on an op, let's say there's 10 of us red teamers on this in this company, and we have 3 red teams going on. We can go into here and say, hey, I checked out this domain. Nobody else used it during this op, things like that. So really cool tool. Love to give a shout out to the Spectre Ops peeps. They do make some great stuff. So that's one of them. And yeah, if you have the time, obviously curate your domains ahead of time. If you're doing the CDNs and things like that, I haven't run, like I said, I haven't run into an issue yet where I've been blocked or otherwise banned based on that. So, all right. So that's that. A little more on the Red Team Infrastructure Wiki. We're going to break here right around 3, maybe 3:10 for our next break. So with the Red Team Infrastructure Wiki, we do talk about phishing. I actually wrote this post in here called Easy Web-Based Phishing. I wanted to cover this in the course, but it's too much time to do that. Basically, what I like to use is called iRedMail. You can use, now this is if you're standing up your own vanilla server, right? You got a VPS out there somewhere that allows you to send mail, and you want to actually send your own mail server. So iRedMail will do all the setup and everything for you. You just run the setup script, and you can even deploy it right here from the web or get a Docker container, but it sets up everything. It'll give you like your DKIM records if you need it, and all the good stuff that you need. You can set up multiple domains from one server. So like here, you could add domains, accounts for each domain, multiple accounts, things like that for multiple domains. You can see here at the time I was on a bypass Bromium kick, so I created a domain for that. And what's great about iRedMail is it gives you a Roundcube instance. And with the Roundcube instance, you can do, so this would be more for your spear phishing, right? Not for click rate tracking and things like that. So I like to use this if I have to set up my own mail server. It allows you to have greater control of sending and receiving. It's important that if you're doing a phishing campaign, especially a spear phishing campaign, that you close out, right? We don't just send phishes on a red team and then just wait for the worst. Like they may respond to you. Hey, I got this email and I'm not really sure what it's for. Can you help? You know, what is this for? Who are you? Something like that. And then you can respond and try to build that trust. Or you can send not payloads, you know, just send text messages first via email just to see if you can A, get in with just plain text, and B, try to start building rapport or trust with a target. One caveat to that though, it does add a header to your emails. It says Roundcube. There's a way to go in there and edit it. I think I put that in here somewhere, not sure. Other phishing frameworks, GoFish, great for click tracking. Fishing Frenzy, Set, Fierce Fish. Also, so lots of options. Again, the more options you have, the more flexibility you have based on the your goals for the test, right? We may not need all of this, and just whatever limitations you have on time and things like that. Let's see here. So we have DNS. We don't do any DNS in this class, but it is important. I don't use DNS C2 as much anymore, just because of the fact that it is easy to see if an organization is looking at it. It is a good test, though, if that's your test, is kind of like a resiliency test. If you're on a red team and maybe it's, I don't know, it's the end of the week of the last week of testing and you've done everything else and you just want to see if the SOC can see DNS traffic, fire it off full bore and see if they detect it. Otherwise, it's kind of up to the client's posture, and that might be some of the stuff you find out in recon, right? Whether or not what technologies they're using and things like that. And again, this DNS has also kind of been replaced by DNS over HTTPS if your C2 has that option. So dumb redirectors, or actually, yeah, so if you're just setting up a vanilla VPS and you want to do some dumb redirection, what I call it, you can use SOCAT. SOCAT will basically fork, all right, I've got an incoming connection on port 80, send that out to this other port 80 host, right? And that's my C2. So this would be a redirector then. So we can do that. Again, that's vanilla stuff. Typically that is reserved for pen tests in my experience, where I just need a vanilla domain. I'm not worried about doing any kind of real filtering of my traffic, because again, SOCAT's kind of a blind redirector. You can use Nginx and mod rewrite with Apache and things like that to do your redirection like this. So Jeff Dimmick put some great blog posts in here about using Apache mod rewrite to redirect your URLs. Going to be on the scope of this class a little bit, but if you want to check that out, I would certainly check it out, because you can redirect like mobiles. If you phish somebody and they answer from your phone, send them to a mobile payload or send them to a credential login, right? Maybe you're using EvilGenX 2. We'll talk about that in here a little bit. And can still steal their session if they log in on the phone. So all that good stuff. And of course, redirect IR. C2 traffic, we do have C2 infrastructure in this course, which we just set up some of it, but half of it basically. We have to set up the actual C2 as well. We'll do that tomorrow. Domain fronting. I'm going to touch on it here, and I want everybody to have the tool that I have. I don't know if I posted this earlier, so I'm going to do it again. I find frontable domains tool. This actually searches for frontable domains. And what do we mean by frontable domains? If you're not familiar with that term, that means that our compromised host, the host that ran our C2 agent, sends traffic to an edge server. Let's just say uber.com, right? So it's going to uber.com, but in that traffic, our host header, even though it's encapsulated with SSL or TLS, our host header points to our other server, our origin server, right? And that's what we did with the CDN. We pointed the CDN to our origin. So it's acting like this is set up, just how this is set up, but we're missing a key piece of that, and that's the domain front portion. So I'll just throw it out there. ajax.microsoft.com is a popular domain frontable C2, has been out there for a long time. Maybe that's remediated now, I don't know, but you could use ajax.microsoft.com as your C2 domain. So all of our traffic goes to a legitimate domain, but what happens when it hits the CDN parses that traffic and it says, hey, the host header is pointing over here. We're going to redirect that traffic over there instead of to the main website, right? So instead of going to ajax.microsoft.com, it hits there, but then it gets redirected to your C2 server. So whoever's on the defensive side can't see the traffic that's going in. And that was always been an impactful way. Now you can use other ones like Fastly. There's a few other domain fronting targets out there, Cloudflare, Ubounce, and Capsula. So what this script does is it goes through and sees if we can do any of that domain fronting and reports back and lets you know which one you can. So AppSpot's in here, that's Google. You used to be able to do that. Maybe you can still do it with HTTP. I'm not quite sure. I do know that most of the issues that these organizations had with domain fronting was based on the SSL certificate. So in some cases, like with AWS, you could still use HTTP and get around the domain front restrictions. Coax asks, have you ever got Ubounce or Encapsula fronts to work? No, I think that's because they cost money and I've just never paid to do them. But I haven't tested those, no. I just know from other people's reports that they work, so I added them into the script to check it out. I thought there was a link in here, maybe not. Other redirectors, let's talk about third-party redirectors, right? So what we call, those of us familiar with Cobalt Strike would call external C2. So let's say we're using SharePoint as a C2 or OneDrive or Box.com, something like that. I think most of these external C2 frameworks actually have that, and even like WebSockets and things like that, you can do external C2 on. So what we're saying there is your C2 agent, what's running on the target host is calling out to OneDrive.com or Box.com or wherever your external C2 is programmed to. And the external C2 then redirects to the appropriate place. It could even, like, let's say you're posting to Box.com or something like that, right? It reads the file share. Ooh, there's a file there, contains this encoded, encrypted data, then the C2 reads it on the other end. So basically anything that you can post on the internet that's readable, whether it's authenticated or not, you can make a C2 out of. And I have a couple on my GitHub that I've created that we'll talk about in some of the C2 sections. So securing your infrastructure, obviously important. We showed you that today with the CDN firewall. So that keeps those scanners from finding our C2 and pointing us out to the internet or pulling down our stager payloads and things like that. So always important to protect your C2. Automating deployments, that's more hacker DevOps. So Ralph May's class on automating deployments. There's some good blogs in here too if you want to go just kind of get started with the theory and stuff behind it. And again, automating your deployments and your infrastructure goes beyond just your C2, right? So we'll have password spraying infrastructure, we have external browsing infrastructure. So just keep in mind that that's all that stuff needs to be secured. So that is all I had for infrastructure. We're at 304. I was going to break at 310, so we'll just call it the break at 305, and then we'll get into the recon section. Should close this out for today. I was wondering if we might get into password spraying today, but we may not. So we'll probably end on recon then. And we do some light recon. I didn't set up like some crazy like GitHub accounts or phishing accounts and stuff like that. I'm going to show you the things that I do. And if you want to replicate that on your own screen and search through GitHub and do the things that I'm doing, you can do that. But I didn't send up any specific recon infrastructure for that, except for our Microsoft 365 stuff. We're going to learn how to do that and why it's important in our attacks. So it is 3:05. Let me do a countdown timer. Ooh, I like that one. Anyone here? Oh, with animations. 10, is that seconds or minutes? Ooh, cool. And you get all the ads to go with it. So we'll just zoom in there. And we'll close that out. Maybe that'll work. Oh, that didn't work. All right, so take a break, stretch your legs, come on back, and we'll get to some recon after that. So see you in 10. Alrighty, hello and welcome back. It is the last hour of training for the day. So we're on the recon section. Actually, the last, I figured we'd probably be a little further than this today because we do have a lot to get into tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. So we're going to try to breeze through this one before 4 o'clock, and I will stick around for a little while and answer any questions. If anybody has issues that we're setting up the labs and stuff like that, let me know. And let's get into recon. So reconnaissance. What does that mean? So to me, reconnaissance means thorough enumeration of your target organization. And what I mean by thorough enumeration of your target organization, that means that you need to understand the what, the who, and the why your target organization exists, basically, right? So what is the purpose or stated goal of the enterprise? You can probably find that on their main website, right? So a good place to look, starting off for recon, just browse to the company website. Again, I do this all through proxies and stuff like that. Don't do it from your home IP. If you're doing a red team, obviously that. Who works there? So the goal kind of tells us what might be key to them, right? What the keys to their kingdom might be. And it should directly dictate our direction of focus when it comes to recon. So in knowing what they do, who works there is important. Who's leadership? Who are the C-suite, right? Who's the CEO, COO, CFO, things like that. If they're in scope of your engagement, might be good to understand a little bit about their background, what they're doing there, how they got there, things like that. Again, all thinking about pretext, right? How we're going to get in, how we're going to convince somebody to trust us. The SOC, great place to look into what, in many cases, I find that the SOC or IT department will list on LinkedIn not only who they work for, but what they do in their job, what technologies they're familiar with, things like that, because LinkedIn's supposed to be kind of like, your resume. So a lot of people put that on there. And in some cases, you might actually find their phone number embedded somewhere to do some phone pretext. IT, again, SOC and IT, information security, things like that are good to look at to understand their defensive technology, perhaps. Finance might be a great target to target somebody in the finance department, as it would show great impact if you were able to compromise somebody in finance. And we see a lot business email compromise. Ransomware's kind of stepped on that a bit, but before ransomware, BEC has been and probably still is one of the largest, if not largest, finance methods for these criminal organizations and APT groups and things like that. Basically, you fish in, you find an invoice in the mailbox or something like that, and then you make your own invoice, get them to sign it and pay you, and then it's a legitimate payment as long as you can move the funds before it gets stopped, and they identify it, then you're good. So that's a good place to impact. I also want to say, HR or recruiting is another place to dig into really well. Who are they hiring? What are they hiring for? Who can you talk to in the organization to find out more info? Maybe if you just call and, hey, I'm interested in a job, or send an email to one of their HR people or recruiters. Learn more information just by going through that step. Maybe you could even get an interview with the department you're targeting. Who knows? What are they protecting? So who protects it? The SOC, IT, information security. Maybe it's code. Maybe they're writing code, right? And it's more on who's in charge of the code repositories, maybe an internal GitLab or something like that. And then I like to ask the question, how would you defend what they're protecting? So you've got experience most likely in and you may be here new, you may have never done an offensive engagement, and that's okay. You still have ideas to bring to the table. How do you secure your own home computer, things like that. But how would you defend the data? And some of this can just be logic and looking at LinkedIn and common stuff on their websites. How would they defend it? Where does the data reside? Is this healthcare information? Then it might be in an AS400 or a mainframe somewhere. If it's big ticket data like that. It could be in an SQL server. It could be files. It could be just PDFs or something that you're trying to steal or pretend to encrypt or something like that. So how would you defend that stuff? What technologies would you put in place as a defender? Think about that. All right, we've got phishing, we got email. All right, we've got Microsoft. Maybe we need to put some filtering in, whatever. Just how do you think they're protecting it? Use your own best judgment and kind of match that up with the stuff that you're finding. And that's basically attack surface analysis, right? Let's look at their digital footprint, their physical footprint, all that stuff, and kind of combine it to make a picture. So I talk about, your attack surface. What are all the endpoints that could be attacked by somebody? Is it a configuration file that can be read from a web server? Is it, I put in here physical footprints. So your nearby businesses, coffee shops, restaurants, things like that. I've totally phished organizations and have seen that, hey, you've got a Starbucks on this corner. Here's a free Starbucks gift card that only works at that Starbucks. Just click on this link and bring in the card. It's totally fake. They printed it out. They walk right in there. Doesn't work, but I got them to click. So the attack surface can be a little bit broader than we normally think. And that's people's emotions, their personal lives, things like that. You can kind of bring into play in your pretext. Obviously, you have to be kind of careful with what you do and contextually with your pretext. And sometimes you talk about that in the ROE call up front. All right, so we have another one drop in, IP Slav, got to go around the hour. So thank you. The recording should be available this evening, so I should be able to check back in tomorrow morning to keep up before tomorrow's lesson. So thanks for coming. Again, no worries if you've got to go at any time. The course content's here and readily available. You can follow along at your own leisure. External footprints, VPNs, are they remote workers using Citrix or web servers, cloud.com? I've seen that recently where it's like, it's basically an Azure environment with Citrix, right? Combined into one. Web servers, so your external DMZ maybe, Microsoft 365. So the border today, which used to be a firewall and maybe a router or a modem or something sitting at the border, is now a complicated web of multiple services and things on different platforms. So we have a lot more to protect these days. And what I find is the smaller the organization, actually the more difficult it has been for me to get that initial access because they have less footprint, less attack surface to protect. Email and messaging systems, whether those are on-prem or in the cloud somewhere, what protects those message services? Because you got to think about it. The footprint isn't just what the company owns. It could be what they have implemented to protect the things that they own too. So in some cases, let's say an EDR solution, you gain access to the control panel and you can run commands on remote hosts. So use it to your advantage. The attack footprint is anywhere that you can abuse or use to get towards your offensive goals. Personnel, people are the weakest link. I hate to say it, but they really are. And what I've noticed though these days is we have a lot more user awareness when it comes to phishing. We see buttons in Outlook where the user just has to click the button and it reports it as phishing. So that has made it much, much harder to get a phish into the door these days. That's why you have to have some kind of trust up front or get them to trust you some way. Social media, badge photos, done that. Hey, it's my first day on the job. Check me out on whatever, a gram. and they've got their badge photo. You can just enhance and copy it, make your own badge. Now I've done that and been on a physical engagement before where the guy was like, yeah, your badge looks great, but flip it over. And I flipped it over and it didn't have the back of the badge because the person's, Instagram only showed the front of the badge. So gotta be careful there. Maybe tell via social media whether people are working from home or at the office. If you're able to see them on Facebook or something like that, or follow them on Twitter, maybe they're tweeting about what they're doing, where they're working, things like that. So kind of give you an insight into who's working from home, where they're at, maybe what offices they work in. Social media does include LinkedIn, as I put down there below. So interests, if you're looking at LinkedIn and social media, what are they interested in? Let's say you're targeting finance and Bob works in finance. You looked on LinkedIn, Bob doesn't really display what technologies Bob works with. So I don't know if Bob is using a specific finance suite that I might be able to spoof or look like or something like that. LinkedIn is pretty bare. So I go to social media, I find Bob on Facebook. Bob's Facebook is wide open. I go browse Bob's Facebook, and I note that Bob is involved with local charity drives, right? Bob likes to do 5Ks. So what I do is I stand up a fake website that's a fake charity with a fake 5K map. There's everything in it that they could ever want regarding a 5K run. It looks totally real. It's actually from Bob's hometown because I found that out in my reconnaissance. So it's a local 5K. Bob trusts that more. Bob then opens my first email, which is just a blank text email. It says, hey, Bob, I got your information from so-and-so. I saw Bob on Twitter tweet somebody else that's doing the same thing and they're working together. So-and-so gave me your information, said you might be interested in helping organize this 5K. And I give this example because I've totally done this on an engagement, and it's kind of disheartening. It's kind of hurtful, right? You're really pulling at their trust strings. You're building up this attack package and you're saying, all right, I'm gonna pull it Bob's wink link, and that's Bob's wink link is charity 5Ks. So they open your document, they do whatever, you get access. Now you have to close that out. So it's what I talk about, closing emails. Hey, Bob, thanks. We've decided that we're moving on. This location just didn't work out for us. Appreciate your input. If you're ever interested, keep in touch, right? So you close it out. So after they've run your payload or whatever, you close out that email, and they feel more trustful and safe, and they don't report you. So personnel are always going to be that link that we look at to get inside, whether it's phishing, vishing, even physical, social engineering. If you walk in the door somewhere and say, hey, I'm so-and-so with IT, or I've got this bouquet of flowers, I got to deliver it to so-and-so, and they let you in. Geolocation, that is very important, especially these days with Microsoft 365, which does have geolocation-based protections. So case in point, on a recent engagement, let's say Alabama, Huntsville was where the target organization was, and I'm password spraying, all my stuff's going through AWS, and all of a sudden there's a login for Bob who's working out of Huntsville in AWS cloud environment. That could tip off some people. So we have to do some things to kind of get around that. And geolocation is a hard one to get around, even if you're proxying or VPNing from other geolocations in the same region, it still may not look the same. So all of this is pretext driven. We've got to analyze the data that we find, put it into context. How does it relate to the organizational mission that we talked about earlier? All right. So what is our category for our pretext? Is it finance? Is it hiring? Whatever, come up with something. And you're going to want a couple, right? Because more often than not, if you're on an engagement where you're spear phishing, you're not going to get in on your first try. So it's good to have several of these pretexts ready to go. Now, if you're doing an allow listed, the organization knows you're coming from there, you don't have to get so deep into it. And it can be more general. So instead of, 5K charity, whatever, it could be a generic file download website or a generic VPN client update portal. you can make it more generic so that anybody in the organization can click on it, right? Because you're doing a more click rate type based pretext. So any recent InfoSec security news relating to the target infrastructure? So I like to use this, especially with the things that we're doing today. VPN updates, Citrix updates, software updates. So a lot of people have gone to working remote or working from home. And while I don't necessarily believe that that increases the attack surface by much, I don't think just because somebody's at home with their work laptop that they got a VPN in with their exponentially, more likely to get exploited or compromised because we're using the VPN. Most of our workstations are encrypted, hopefully, things like that. So you're doing your protections, and even if your laptop gets stolen, it shouldn't be an issue. But what we can do is say, hey, we know that you're working on Citrix or cloud.com, so we can then clone that and make that look like maybe a phishing portal, credential stealing, or even what we'll do is we'll clone, we see those Cisco VPNs, Cisco SSL VPN portals all the time, right? Cisco AnyConnect. You can actually use like HTTP track or whatever to clone the website, host it on Azure websites. Now you have your own like company A citrix.azurewebsites.net or whatever. And so when they browse to that, not only are they going to enter their credentials, and then you can redirect them or say, hey, successfully changed your password or whatever. You can also have it drop files. So files to target, right? So they're going to get something dropped to their disk. All kinds of things you can do with pretext around their infrastructure. And if you need ideas, there is a cool project out there called pretextproject.github.io. I don't believe it's really curated lately or updated that much lately, but it does still give you some general ideas. I'm not saying to go just cut and paste and pick one, but manipulate it, modify it for your own target organization. Okay, let's get on to some juicy stuff with LinkedIn. LinkedIn is probably my favorite, second to GitHub for recon. Why? Because you can get not necessarily usernames, but you can get users' names. So you can put that together into a list, obviously. You get who they work for, what physical location they work. Are they out of an office building, or are they out of their headquarters or a satellite office, things like that. Who maybe has endorsed them. If you see somebody else endorsed by somebody else within the same company, maybe you can do some kind of phishing pretext. One person talks to the other. Sometimes you don't want to be phishing two people in the same department. If they sit right next to each other at the headquarters building, one could literally turn around and say, hey, did you get this bonus email? And the other one could be like, no. And then, so you got a bonus, but I didn't? What's going on here? Oh, this is a fish. Some case in point like that. But what we can see too is like technology experience. This is a juicy one. I mean, yes, use LinkedIn as your resume, but don't put all the technologies that your current organization is using. It's just a treasure trove of data for offensive attackers to just look at. Oh, you got Carbon Black. Well, I have a payload that works for Carbon Black. Oh, you have Symantec, or you're using BHIS, SCCM. So I know once I get in the environment, if I elevate, I can maybe push out my malware with SCCM, things like that. Penetration testing tool. Okay, so this person is more likely defensive and offensive in nature. We can go further and search for company. Looked at the LinkedIn user info based, so you click on people, so you want to see people. You can actually do connections, location, so you can filter by their geolocation and their current company. I always like to put their current company as the target organization I'm going after. It's not 100% reliable because not everybody goes in and updates their LinkedIn when they change companies right away. So take it all with a grain of salt, but you can filter down and pull out a nice list of targets this way. And what I like to do is I like to type like the company name and then finance or information technology or SOC, something like that, right? And then it'll further give me information and details on those people with those keywords. Had a question in chat. What tools do you use to concentrate and analyze your recon data? So I don't use any tools recently to really to collect my data. If we're on an op, we share notes internally, and those notes are broken out into structured like recon data. So like if you're using OneNote or I don't know, even a chat program like Rocket Chat, if you've got an internal Rocket Chat, you could build out channels based on data or categories. So we basically build out our attack package that way through internal communications, and don't use a tool specifically to do it. We have multiple tools for each TTP. So what may work for one company may not work for another. Altigo, you mentioned, is great in some cases. More so if you're targeting, I think, individuals than organizations, but it is a great tool, and you can use that certainly if you want to look up specific user information. It might be great to use after you've done your, narrowed down your target list. Corporate websites, that's kind of like the first, yeah, let's go look at the company website. Who they are, what are they doing, where are they based out of, things like that. Job listings could be important. Who are they hiring for? Maybe you could actually apply for the job with a malicious payload or something, or build trust and rapport with somebody from HR recruiting, and then deliver your payload. Financial announcements, that's a big one. Is it tax season? Bonus season, things like that. Did the company maybe just go public or have stock options released, things like that? So you can key off of some of that. Key players, if people move around in the organization, you might be able to use some pretext. Hey, congratulations on your new move. Something. Here's a gift card. Contact us forms. I use those not for phishing, but to capture auto responses for phishing. So case in point, a recent engagement, they had a company website, said contact us, whatever. I filled it out, I put in an email address, and it sent back an auto response. That auto response said, hey, click here to confirm your account. So what I did was I took that auto response, took the template, put it in HTML, right? And then changed the click here to activate your account to click here to confirm your account. And then I made my pretext around, hey, we've made some changes, please click here to confirm your account. And it took them to a credential stealing page for that was cloned off of that, right? So capture auto responses, always good for phishing pretext. And I actually have one on my GitHub under Azure App Tools that we can use in class. That is a captured one from Office 365's device code alert. And you can also get them for like password resets and things like that. And the Microsoft ones, they aren't that, like you might actually think it's a fish if you just look at it because it's very basic. So sometimes you don't have to go all out. Next, my favorite, GitHub enumeration. So GitHub can be a treasure trove of data. Now, that could actually end your assessment. If your engagement says, hey, we want you to steal this kind of data, and they are silly enough to put it in GitHub, hey, that might be one objective down. What I often find is that it's not the company itself that posts stuff on GitHub. That's juicy, right? Typically, you're not going to find, let's say, Microsoft's GitHub, and you're going to find SAM account credentials or LDAP logins or MSSQL login strings or anything like that in the corporate website. But where you do look is those third parties and the contractors and people like that that have maybe worked for the company or worked temporarily for the company, and they have their own GitHub post my own code type thing. And I see that all the time. And that actually this next image is kind of from something like that. So the only downside is that it does require an account to do the searching, but you can do things like database password 433 corp. So databases run MS SQL on port 1433. Commonly, you'll see connection strings. So if you want, open up GitHub now, sign in if you have an account. It's free if you don't, and you can type in the same thing and probably get some interesting results. So what you would do here is you would type like, if you knew the company's internal domain name, let's say it was company.a.local, you would type company.a.local LDAP, and then maybe that'll give you back an LDAP connection string for that company. Now, while it might not be the company's main GitHub account, it could be a contractor who worked for that company for a while or still does or whatever, and is just posting stuff on their own personal GitHub that's in relation to the company, which happens a lot. So you can find out all kinds of stuff here, and it's great for post-exploitation. You know, you already know where things are in the environment. You might already have connection strings. And check this out. So this case, we see a server located at something.database.windows.net. So that's an Azure SQL service. And their credentials are in GitHub for a public service, right? So they might have it firewalled off by IP, maybe. But again, this could be something that then bridges to an on-prem environment. Maybe there's a database link or something like that, right? So we could then pivot. So great resource. There are some tools to search GitHub. There really are too many to list. But the two that I use the most is GitHub's search. Literally just use their search feature to find what I want. When I find a repo that I like, I use GitGot to traverse that repo and look for keywords and high entropy strings and things like that. Any questions on GitHub searching? Anything like that? Anybody got any pointers that they use? Any tools that they use that they like to share? Feel free to throw those in chat. So we've got GitHub, we've got file sharing. So another big one, we think of S3 buckets, that is a good one, but also Azure files, Azure blobs, Azure containers are also just as juicy. These can have, be private, no anonymous access. So by default, right, we set, blob has anonymous read access for the blob. Containers have read access for the container and the blob. How do we find these, right? So we have a cool tool from Microburst, created by Carl from NetSpy. Check out NetSpy's blog. They have some great information, especially on Azure enumeration and things like that. So we can search for, in here you can see I typed blockchain. So here are storage accounts with blockchain, and what Azure blobs will do, or enumerate Azure blobs, it'll actually look at that and then see if it can find files within it. And you do have to give it a list, but again, it works great. You can find storage accounts, and you could even then maybe mimic your file downloads off of that. So let's look at blockchain docker.blob.core.windows.net. If that was the target organization I'm going after, maybe I could type blockchains Docker, or some variation of that, host my files on that. If a SOC analyst sees it, oh, that's our Azure blob. Who knows, you might get lucky. Yeah, Recon NG, probably one of the best ones out there. We use it heavily. We have a Recon team that will use Recon NG, load up all the cool stuff, put all the API keys in there, and give us a Recon package before each engagement. So cool, very cool to have. Look at JS scripts for API keys. Yeah, API keys are fantastic. As mentioned in chat, again, you can find API keys, Azure environment keys, things like that, passwords, connections, all kinds of good stuff. So where are we at on time? We are at 3:45. We've got about 15 minutes here to plow through this. We may not get to the lab here today. You might have to do that on your own, but we'll see. So AAD internals, by far, hands down, my favorite tool at this time. This is useful for Active Directory reconnaissance, post-exploitation, all kinds of great stuff. Yeah, somebody else put cert.sh for cert fingerprinting. I do talk about that a bit. It is fantastic as well. So AAD internals, it's a PowerShell utility. It's a suite of tools, basically. There's an excellent blog. I encourage everyone to go look at o365blog.com. Do it now. Do it soon. It has a nice kill chain layout. You can say like, hey, if I have no credentials, here's where I start and here are the things I can do. If I have guest account, click on that and here are the things I can do with O3 or with AAD internals. And it's as easy as in PowerShell. All you have to do is open up a PowerShell window. It can be administrator or not, and you can do install module AAD internals. You probably have already done that for class, or if not, we'll do that soon. Import module AAD internals as well, just to import the script. And then you can do things like this. Invoke AAD int user enumeration as outsider. And this method is the login method. There are several methods you can use. And in this case, I basically piped a list of users. You can do one at a time, excuse me, or you can do a list if you would like. So this is a great way to enumerate users. If you've put together a list and you want to see if they exist in the Microsoft tenant, I think this is the way to do it. This is the way I do it anyways. So light touch on DNS enumeration. DNS it's one of the top 5 things you can do during an assessment, especially if the external. Hey, thank you all for posting these links as I go through this. I appreciate that. DNS is probably one of the most important things you can do on an engagement for several reasons. It can give you a list of resources on the outside to attack. It can give you a list of resources on the outside to mimic or clone or pretend to be, right? It can also give you internal host names. Somebody mentioned what do you call it? Cloud Renew. Certificate transparency, which we talk about on the next slide. That's right. So certificate transparency, you can kind of see internal SSL certs too. So we'll talk about that in a second. But so what I like to use is AMAS, DNS dumpster for quick triage. Pull it up. It's not going to tell you all of their domain names, but you might get some information like their SPF record, DMARC, DKIM. You can also see with DNS dumpster things like whether or not they've registered for like Zoom or different services, different third-party online services that make you put something in the DNS record, right? So back to certificate transparency. Cert.sh is my favorite. Again, certificate transparency. Let's say somebody on the inside of an organization creates an SSL cert for internal host A or internal host A dot company A dot local. So company A dot local being the internal domain name. They create it. It shows up on certificate search because you do a keyword search. And this is the tool that I like to use with it that is associated with CT with that domain. So cert.sh, CTFR will do the search for you and spit out a nice list. And then you have something to go on with pre-exploitation, right? You can see maybe external host names that you couldn't find with DNS searching or brute forcing. You can also identify internal hosts potentially, or internal naming schemes of servers and computers even. So good things. So maybe you know where the database is before you even get in there because of your certificate research, right? So it's a great thing to have on hand and do. All right, let's do the recon lab. Let's jump into this real quick. I'm gonna go through this kind of fast. I wanna get done probably by like 4 or 4:05 if I can help it. Follow along or continue afterwards. So let's do recon. If you go to the recon lab, I'm going to, again, make this on the side. open my PowerShell window. So I've got my PowerShell window. Again, I use app terminal. So if you type terminal, you see Windows Terminal. That's what I use. I love it because you can then pick Ubuntu, or you can even do your Azure Cloud Shell from here. So when we've created these Azure accounts, like I said before, you can log in from right here and have your Cloud Shell right in front of you without having to go through the UI. So super cool. I always use this, and it's highly customizable too. So the first thing we're going to do is you had to have these prerequisites. I don't know if I went through them. So I'm going to do install module AAD internals. And I'll make my terminal a little bit larger. So this says administrator rights are required. We can get around that. Make scope current user. Now we have it installed. We just need to import it. Import module AAD kernels. That'll load it up. Again, by Nestori, Dr. Nestori, also goes by Dr. Azure AD. Seriously, follow him on Twitter. If you have a Twitter account, he puts out some amazing research, and it's probably the reason why most of my Microsoft ideas are getting their bounties closed, because he is on top of it. So let's begin. We've got our Azure AD internals installed. I'm going to clear my screen, so I'm back up here at the top. Let's start off with a little bit of reconnaissance for domains. So we're going to get tenant domains. So I got two here. I've got futuresec.io. There's one account. So there we go. Now these are domains that are registered with the tenant. So if you have set up here, home, you have Azure Active Directory, and then you have a custom domains setting in here somewhere, company branding, things like that, custom domain names. So you would tie a custom domain into here. So by default, we've got our .onmicrosoft.com domain. And this is where you'd put, like, if I've got futuresec.io, I would point it to there. So that's where I have futuresec.io. We've got those. If I wanted to do domain microsoft.com, oh my God, it's probably take a while. There's all of their registered domains, right? So we can see some interesting things to go after. And keep in mind that these are Azure tenant domains, so they may each have their own authentication package, right? You might be able to spray each one of these with different user passwords. So let's look at that. Let's look at get AAD int login information. Let's check out FutureSec. You see some things here. Our FutureSec, we don't have an authentication URL, so no ADFS, no throttle. We are a managed account. We can see that our cloud instance, so we know it's a business account, it's a microsoftonline.com. I don't know what other cloud instances it would say. I'm not 100% sure on that. Maybe .us if you were a government agency. And your domain name, and one key part here to look at is the desktop SSO enabled. So we're not, this tenant does not have an AD connect into the internal environment. So there's no desktop single sign-on enabled. It's kind of a pain to get in there and enable, so I didn't do it for this class, but note that if you do this against a target organization and they have single sign-on enabled, that gives you another option for password spraying where the logs go to a different place, and we'll talk about that later. So let's do some quick user enumeration. So I'm going to go to my desktop class folder. Clear this so I get back to the top. I'm gonna type code for VS Code because I've installed VS Code. I'm gonna type target users.txt. Cool. Now, in the note, I have a list of users. Do not use this list. What you can do is copy this list out and then replace future sec, change all occurrences with your domain, right? And you may not have the XYZ, and then obviously put your usernames that you have in here. We're going to be doing this. Keep some non-existence. I'm gonna leave this in here because I'm gonna just do this against my future sec one. So I'm gonna save this. So put your usernames. So change out Kate Libby for whoever you have. Change out future sec for whatever you have for domain. And then what we're going to do, we can GC for get content, but for training sake, we're going to do get content target users, right? And then we're going to pipe that to invoke AAD. Most of the AAD internal stuff starts with AAD int. User enumeration as guest, no. Insider, no, we don't have a password. Outsider, yes. And then we have several methods here. We can do tab complete, auto log on, login, or normal. And we'll get into these differences here in a bit. So let's just go ahead and do login. I'm gonna hit 2 tenants here. I'm gonna hit this one and my Vandalay Industries. So we can see here that I've got a few users that exist. Kate Libby at onmicrosoft.com. So that's why I put these in different tenants, right? Different domains to see if they exist elsewhere. So we see we've got Kate Libby on Microsoft, but Lord Nikon exists on the FutureSec domain. So it's worth it to spray both. And you can actually spray for external users too. If we look at our users, we can see that my user I originally created the domain with gets an external handle. We see the hashtag or $EXT in there, right? So you can actually enumerate and spray those users as well. Let me do this with code target users for Vandalay. And now let me make a quick list. And then I can do another one and do George. I'm going to do this because I want to look at the sign-in logs real quick. George, and then non-user at Vandalay. All right, so let's do the same thing, and let's do this for Vandalay Industries. All right, so I got my 2 users true and the non-existent user false. That's great. Let's go ahead and log into our Active Directory. Go to Active Directory, Azure Active Directory. So what we want to do is look at our sign-in logs. We want to see if these methods create sign-in logs. And I'm going to tell you that some of them do and some of them don't. It's probably going to take about a few minutes, 5 minutes maybe, for this to come in. So we'll look at that tomorrow. We'll catch back up before we get into that. So we have user enumeration here. And if you look at the Notion notes, we can see that those do get logged as failures with the login method. And again, I like to T, you can T to a log if you would like to. Since those are being treated as authentication attempts, smart lockout may kick in. So don't hit yourself with this more than what, like 10 times in a few minutes or whatever. Just do it once, see what the results are, and leave it at that for now, especially if you're doing it from a single home IP. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You can also proxy through somewhere if you wanted to. So now let's do it with the normal model, and we can come back to that tomorrow as well. Let's do normal. Again, we get the same results, but the sign-in logs, I don't believe will show the same. There are no logs for normal mode, correct. So I don't think this is going to sync in time. But it is 4:01, and I'm going to leave the rest of this lab up to you. We're going to get into Trevor spray. So what I'll do is tomorrow we'll come back in and we'll kind of recap where we were at today, and then go in and finish up this lab real quick. But go ahead and finish it tonight or in the morning or whenever you would like. You have the time to. Go in, check out these logs, and check out the differences between the logs. Again, it takes about 5 minutes for once you spray for it to sync. So just keep that in mind. Go in here and check it out. Follow the how-to, and we will pick back up tomorrow. So any final questions in chat before we head out? So just so today, quick recap, we went over recon, we went over design considerations for infrastructure, over our intros and the labs and how they work, and that's it. So quite a bit, actually, a little bit longer than I thought it would take, but tomorrow we're gonna dive into some password spraying, and we're gonna get pretty deep into that. You can go ahead and look in the notes. I've put everything up there. We're actually gonna show you how to do some kind of like spoofing and make your password spraying look different, and how you might be able to get around SIM and some detections. So cool, appreciate everybody coming. I'm going to stay on. Warning, request throttled. Yeah, I'm sure coax is out there hitting the button over and over, right? Yeah, so again, just do your 1 or 2 checks, right? Don't hit yourself repeatedly, because smart lockout will kick in for those login attempts, and we'll pick back up tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the time, and we'll call it a day.
All right, just wanted to let you guys know that the recording for today's class will be posted in the resources channel on the left-hand side of Discord in about 2.5 hours from now. Give me 3 just in case we run into any problems, but I don't foresee that happening. So 2.5, 3 hours, it should be there, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Great, thanks everyone.
Bye, everybody.